That's nextround.store.
Calvin Equipment poll questions, a couple of them you can vote right now at Next Round Live, including what's more likely to happen. If one of them had to happen, would it be Texas beating Alabama this week in Austin, or Texas A&M beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa on October the 8th? You can go vote at nextroundlive.com. Final segment brought to you by our friends at NASCAR.
877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number to call to get your infield spot, get your garage experience, get your tickets, get your seats. Chase Bryce concert. Also opening for him is Bailey Zimmerman. It's going to be a great weekend there at the Talladega Superspeedway for the Yellowwood 500. Friday, September 30 starts it. The Yellowwood 500 is Sunday, October 2nd. You can get your tickets by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or visiting TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, final thoughts here as we get ready for Thursday night. Bills and Rams tonight. One thing you want to see from your Rams that'll make you feel good for this season?
I want to see complimentary Allen Robinson to Cooper Kupp. Everybody's going to be focused on Cooper Kupp. It didn't really matter in the Super Bowl once Odell went down. But Allen Robinson comes over. You give up Robert Woods, who, to me, came from Buffalo. He was a Southern California guy, played at USC. I just don't know why you let him go. And now, Robert Woods is with Tennessee. So I want to see Allen Robinson, how he steps up. And I want to see the run defense for the Rams.
For the Bills, what are you looking at to make sure they're Super Bowl contenders this year?
You can make an argument, Lance, that the most lethal quarterback-receiver combination is Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, sure.
You can make an argument of that. And I'm just interested to see their timing. Those guys, they've played a lot of football together, about as good as anybody does it in the NFL. That offense, when it's clicking, Allen is so good. Trust me, I get to see it twice a year. Cannot stand that team. When he is so good, when they're clicking, they are near impossible to stop. And you saw that with the Kansas City game last year in the playoffs.
And the different dynamic that Allen brings. I mean, he's such a big physical guy that's fast. Once he gets out of the pocket, he's a hard guy to bring down. I'll just say this, though. Not enough credit still for Matt Stafford winning a Super Bowl. His numbers were better than Josh Allen's last year. And obviously, Cooper Kupp won the Triple Crown in receiving for only the fourth time in NFL history.
Yeah, but what you have to learn as defending Super Bowl champion is that's the 2021 championship. Tonight, we start playing for the 2022 championship.
I get it.
So it's about what you do next.
And again, I'm very objective when it comes to my picks. I do have a pick on this side. I feel really good about it.
All right, Lance'sLock.com for that. That's our show today. Don't forget, right now at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, and it's open all the way until Saturday morning when the game starts. You can go get your pick 3 in. Don't wait till the last minute. Don't forget to do it. Go play right now. It's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's the pick 3 at nextroundlive.com on site, nextroundlive.com. Just pick whichever pod you think you can pick 3 winners in. Click that pod and make the pick on those 3 games. Try to go 3-0 and get the ball in the bucket. 67 of you hit a 3-0 last week that already have a ball in the bucket, drawing for the big prize at the end of the year coming up later on. nextroundlive.com. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Week 2 college football starts tonight with Louisville and UCF, an entertaining game down from the bounce house. We started the NFL season last night. We'll react to that in a second. Hey Coach with this guy over here. He'll tell us stories from Tuscaloosa and some big stuff that came out of that while in T-Town last night. Thanks to everyone who came out for Bud Light game night at Baumhauer's in Vestavia last night. We had a blast leading into the NFL game. Couple of business things to take care of off the top. Remember, the Pick 3 is up and running for you right now at nextroundlive.com. Get your plays in throughout the day today at some point. Make your plays. 67 of you got a ball in the bucket last week. You can play every week. More balls in the bucket, better chance you have of winning at the end of the year. Our big grand prize, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler the intern, Taylor in charge of social media. We're all here on a Football Friday, and we're all wearing our NFL gear today. Right now, though, everyone is a half game ahead of LT's Rams.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because of what we saw last night.
Well, unfortunately, I'm a half game back in the AFC East.
You are.
And it's probably not going to get much better.
Yeah, you might be two full games once you guys play Buffalo. I mean, that team,
They are so good.
they really are, and I thought they were the best team coming into this year. The problem is everybody was jumping on this bandwagon, and somebody asked us on our Ask Us Anything at Baumhauer's last night, is it a problem that I bought a Buffalo ticket and now everyone likes Buffalo? And I said, well, in the history of the NFL, some favorites have gone on to win a Super Bowl. And right now, when you look at Buffalo, it just doesn't look like they've got a weakness. They've actually gotten better. A team that was in the AFC Championship game 2 years ago should have been in the AFC Championship game last year. Now they add Von Miller from the Rams, who was so big down the stretch en route to winning a Super Bowl. And he couldn't be blocked last night. And, you know, big loss with Andrew Whitworth at left tackle. Now you move Joe Noteboom over there. You bring Coleman Shelton on that offensive line. So 2 new starters. The offensive line, especially on the interior and left tackle, collapsed all night. Stafford wasn't good. The Rams can't run the football. The Rams have got problems. As good as the Bills looked last night, I think there were a lot of glaring problems from the Rams as well.
Rarely do you live up to expectations, but all the preseason talk, man, blah, 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 about the Bills. You know, you had to sit there and go, okay, really? Is it going to be the Bears? Is it really going to be the Bears? I mean, the Bills, I keep saying Bears.
It's not going to be the Bears.
It's not going to be the Bears. Is it going to be the Bills? Really, the Bills. And then you watch them last night, and you cannot see how that team loses. I mean, our Stu's over in the Twitch room who watched us on the draft the other night. I went Gabe Davis early on. And, you know, what a big catch he had early, a couple of big catches later on in the game, scored a lot of points in fantasy football for me. But that gets me back to one of your glaring problems last night. Jalen Ramsey. They targeted him 7 times, 6 completions. He had a bad night last night.
He did. Guy completely toasted on just miscommunication on that touchdown with Stephon Diggs. And Diggs let him know about it. You know, you go back to the divisional game against Tampa where he got toasted by Mike Evans. And, you know, I heard somebody this morning still saying, I think it was Ryan Clark on ESPN saying, I still think Jalen Ramsey's the best cornerback in football. It burns fast unless you're
really
looking
does.
At,
I mean,
unless you're looking at a Darrell Green, Darrell Revis, Deion.
Yeah, but I mean, the receivers in the NFL get young and they're all fast.
Yep.
And young guys come in and they're fast. And if you don't even have to lose that much. I mean, not even a step. Maybe not even half a step. I mean, that's all it takes. The NFL quarterbacks are so good. They don't need much of a window.
Yeah, and Jalen's gotten paid now. I'm a little concerned with him. He's still a physical guy, but before the game, you know, a couple of days ago, they were asking him about the Bills, and he said, I'm not going to sit up here and say they're great. You guys want me to say they're great? You know, we're the Super Bowl champions. Well, it looked like one team that can win a championship and one team that's going to struggle to get to the postseason.
It really did.
Well, I don't want to go landmine, but we did our NFL postseason picks yesterday, and I had the Rams in there, and instantly you watch that team and you say that. I mean, it's just so competitive out there. Rarely do we see Super Bowl champions miss the playoffs. We see Super Bowl teams miss the playoffs frequently in the NFL. It is just so tough to get back there. It's such a competitive league, a thin margin from victory to loss every weekend, and you named a few problems. Did y'all hear his tone when he's just in the name of your left tackle? You can't even say that to make it sound positive. What's his name?
Joe Notebloom.
Yeah. It's a down. He ends on a down. It's not Joe Notebloom.
Yeah, you can't say Notebloom and make it sound happy.
Well, here's the thing.
Cheddar News.
Cheddar News.
The Rams have had a couple of dominant tackles since I've been a big Rams fan, and that was Orlando Pace and Andrew Whitworth. Mm-hmm. And Notebloom is not going to be one of those guys. And I've seen a lot of busted left tackles, and this could be a long season. They've got to establish the run, and I continued to get texts, and I think even you texted me last night about Cam Akers.
Oh, we got him in the chat room. A couple of people. Josh, what's up with Akers?
Well, he played 12 snaps last night, and Darrell Henderson played 54. I really don't know what's going on because I go back to the rookie year for Cam Akers in 2020, and he was so good down the stretch. Then he gets injured before camp last year. I thought that was going to be the death knell for the Rams going into the season. He's able to come back. He shows flashes. Had that bad turnover against Tampa right before the half. I don't know what's going on, man. I just don't know if the run blocking is going to be that bad, which I've got a bad feeling it is. I'll say this. Cooper Kupp is unbelievable. He gets better and better, but if number 10 goes out, this Rams team is a sub-500 team.
Yeah, I think McVay's lost his fastball, Dunaway. I don't know about you, but it looks like he's
on a one-game losing streak now in openers.
Do you want to give you a great stat, though? But one thing I noticed about him, and this is LT's rule, what was very prominent when you saw McVay last night?
He was married.
Hair gel.
Yep,
married.
married.
Hair gel, too, yes.
Married.
Wedding ring, Lance, you've got the theory.
I got worried in the offseason when he got married. I didn't think there was any need. I thought he could have drugged this out for a few more years.
There's no need.
Hungry and single.
Do you not know how this is going to affect our team? Your happiness in life?
If you guys want to go, Calvin poll question on this, because for the first time in his career, he is sub-500.
That was the crazy stat. I mean, this guy has been an NFL coach now for 6 seasons. This is season 7. It's the first time he's ever had a losing record.
That's right, because he always wins the opener.
That's right, ever had a losing record. That's nuts, though, to think about that.
I like Jerry. Don't call him Joe Noteboom anymore. It's Joe No Block.
It really was last night.
Print the T-shirts.
But Von Miller looked like, MVP Von Miller back to his Denver days. Of course, he looked like that down the stretch for the Rams. I mean, this is a rejuvenated guy. I don't know if you guys saw him walk into SoFi last night. Basically had no clothes on, had an open shirt. Just walking in, flaunting. He's got a new hairdo where he's just got a V on the back of his head. But watching highlights right now, I mean, he was on Stafford's back last night. Stafford, even with protection, wasn't Stafford last night.
He's hurt.
Yeah, I wonder if he's hurt.
He's hurt. I texted you that last night.
Yeah, he does look like, remember that year Drew Brees sort of played through the season when he couldn't really throw the ball more than 15 yards down the field?
That's Stafford. Now, McVay's lost his fastball because he's got married. Stafford's hurt.
They don't even
be
have
a disaster.
They don't have air conditioning in a $5 billion stadium.
And you know who's playing left tackle?
Yeah.
Joe No Block.
Joe No Block is over there at left tackle.
That's going to be sorry, Lance.
I'll tell you, the only thing I would be concerned about if I was a Bills fan, and look, they're mixing it up. I mean, you've got Diggs, who was an elite. Gabriel Davis is coming on. You saw it in the postseason last year. You saw it again last night. Isaiah McKenzie's a nice third option. Running the football, I don't know if it really matters with Singletary and Moss because you've got Josh Allen, but Josh Allen takes a ton of hits. And I know at 6'5", 245, you can take those hits. But if Josh Allen was to go down and Case Keenum has to take over this offense, again, you're one really key injury away in the NFL from it being a disaster.
Always at the quarterback position.
But again, for the Rams, I think it's at receiver.
I will tell you, and you're right, because without Beckham out there, Kupp got doubled and bracketed all night long.
Allen Robinson was a non-factor.
Non-factor.
Our Stews again on Twitch after last night. Do you think 9 wins is the Rams' ceiling?
No. I still.
You guys
think,
gonna box Lance in here, and you're gonna piss him off. We're gonna have a long 4 hours.
Again, I was very calm. I only got animated a couple of times last night. My son and his cousin watched the first half with me. We enjoyed some Baumhauers. It was a lot of fun, and they left at halftime. And You know, what was really fun is they were really getting into the game and pulling for it. And when Matt Gay hit that 57-yarder, which I saw would have been good from 68.
Yeah, I
think a lot of that was a heat in SoFi.
That's right. Ball travels faster.
I know you guys don't respond to my text in the group text, but I did text the group text.
Jimmy Martyr.
I was
saw
like,
that.
I know everyone saw it.
What do you want us to say? What did you say?
Just a
Give
thumbs
the
up.
text.
I just said,
Well, a thumbs up's a waste of time.
my God, that kick from 57, it hit halfway up the net.
What am I supposed to whistle? Yeah, it did, Jim.
I don't know. Rockstar can, send a fart joke and everybody goes on for 30 minutes.
Time I just said a fart joke?
Fart joke.
A good fart joke.
But anyway, at the end of the half, the kids were excited. They left. It was 10-10. I didn't feel like the Rams were really in that game. And then it was only 17-10 going into the fourth quarter. Then the floodgates opened up.
Right.
So, look, we'll see next week. It's not going to be a good Falcons team. Forrester, our resident Falcon fan back there, knows that. If you can't beat the Falcons in SoFi, then it is going to be a long, long season. But you got an opportunity this week. Long week, bounce back, go out, make a statement against them, get this offensive line right.
The Falcons will be used to the heat and humidity in SoFi.
Look at
that non-air
Forrester.
conditioner won't hurt them.
Forrester's trolling me now.
Yeah, Forrester, best of we've got a microphone. We never use them. Best of Thursday. Go ahead, Forrester. Pull that arm down.
That'd be my White Sox outscoring LT's Rams.
Wow.
14 runs last night.
Wow.
10 points for the
Wow.
Rams.
What would you have bet on that one in a parlay there, Lance?
I would have bet anything.
Yeah, the Rams outscore the White Sox.
For the Rams not to score in the second half, it ended a streak of 89 consecutive halves the Rams have scored in.
Yep.
This just was not Sean McVay offense.
It was
He got
not.
married.
It was not. He had other things on his mind
Right,
last
his
night.
wife had to get home to the old lady.
And I wonder if this will come out. Liam Cohen, who was with Kentucky last year,
That's right.
was named the offensive coordinator. He came back to McVay's staff. And I don't know, I don't think he was calling the plays last night, but I wonder how involved he was.
All of a sudden, it's like Gus Malzahn's at Auburn now. Who's calling
who's calling
plays?
plays?
That's a Gus play.
I'm just
Is that a
trying to
Chad
figure
Morris?
it.
Y'all ran some Chad Morris plays last night, LT.
That's a Liam. That's a Liam play there. Oh, that's a McVay play.
But again,
Cup caught it. McVay called that one.
Will you guys give me? This could be a 15-2 like Bills team.
Yeah. They're
yeah.
going to be amazing.
And
They're really good.
And LT will break down the second half highlights when we come back on the coaches show here in a second. We break down the Rams game more than we do any other game out here.
Well, it was the first game. Everybody, the world was watching.
But
I think more importantly, it is you've got a Super Bowl champion that seems to be, at least after one game, trending in the wrong direction, and a Super Bowl favorite that everybody hyped up. Normally, they don't live up to the hype. That was about as impressive as Buffalo
absolutely.
could be.
And the Bills broke a Jim Dunaway uniform rule last night, but actually made it look good. I never liked full color uniforms.
I'm with you. The full color blue on blue like that.
Yeah, or red on red.
Yeah.
I never liked them. I only liked the white on white. I don't even like black on black.
I've always said Bills have got the best uniforms in football.
But the Bills made the blue on blue look really good last night. I like them when they go with the white jerseys or the red jerseys or the blue jerseys, but blue on blue looked good last night.
Great uniform game last night.
When you're going up and down the field in the second half, it's going to look good.
It was a good uniform game last night. That's the game last night. We'll talk about what Nick Saban said in Hey Coach coming up in just a second, part of the show today. Being brought to you by a couple of great folks, but including our friends at Backyard Adventure. We all had kids at a young age at one point. Brownie still does.
I do.
Rockstar's kid's going to grow into a Backyard Adventure pretty soon. Lunsford one day will have a kid with Backyard Adventure dreams as well. You can jump on the Backyard Adventure train with all of us here at the next round very, very easily. You can do that by going backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN, backyardalabama.com. The Backyard Adventure, 100% quality right here. It's 100% cedar, lifetime warranties they'll give you there. So much better than what you find in the store-bought sets. They take care of the customer from point of sale all the way until your kids outgrow the set, and maybe you're ready to sell it back to them or get rid of it. They have a maintenance program to keep it looking good. They actually will design the playground with 3D imaging to fit your yard. They have landscaping to put borders up, mulch down to make it look really good. And at Backyard Solutions, they do more than Backyard Adventure playgrounds. They got alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals, whatever fits your kids' needs. Check it all out online, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. As we continue on with our opening segment here and what we did last night, Brown was over on the Hey Coach show. Would you pull up cut 2 for me, Rockstar, cut 2? This is from the Hey Coach show last night. This is probably the biggest news item that came out of this last night from the University of Alabama, the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Nick Saban was talking about the last time he went to Texas, favored by 20, and what happened. Here's the coach's reaction last night.
You know, the measure of a team's growth is how can you maintain the momentum from week 1 to week 2 in terms of doing the things that you need to do to improve. And like I always talk about, you know, it's most difficult here because everybody has heard that we're 20-point favorites in this game, and last time we were 20-point favorites and we went to Texas, we got our ass kicked. So, you know, it's hard. Sure. Because you got to stay focused on what you need to do to improve and get better. And what you did last week is not going to help what you did this week. And every team we play, if they beat us, that's like their resurrection game. I mean, that resurrects their whole program. So, you know, and players have to understand that, and they have to understand the mental energy and intensity and ability to stay focused, whether it's in practice and preparation and getting ready for a game, so that you can go play the best. And that's what creates value for you, and that's what you should really be focused on.
I was driving when he said that, and I was hoping. I had my eyes closed. I was, please, Brown, say it. Please say it, Brown. I was hoping you were going to say, I was not expecting an Easter message from you today, Coach.
The old resurrection game.
The old resurrection game. Yeah,
wow.
How about that?
Back from the dead, Texas A&M and Jimbo, which actually was kind of the case.
Yeah,
I mean, he ain't wrong.
I mean, it happens a lot of times. You know, a lot of field rushes when you upset Alabama. And do you think the body language from Coach resonates down to the players as they travel out? They know they're 20.5-point favorites going to play Texas. Do you think they, from being over there last night, do you get a feeling Coach is trying to hammer the point home that we just can't roll out the balls?
Yeah, I do, and we'll ask one of their players next, Henry To'oTo'o, just ask him that because I think he's trying to get that message along, and you do have a teachable moment from last year because he's right. Well, I mean, it wasn't 20, Lance, was it? Was it 17 or 18? I mean, I'm not trying to.
It was 18 and a half, I think it was.
You talking about the number this week?
No,
Texas
A&M last year.
Oh, yeah. It was, 17 and a half.
Yeah, so it was about the same. Yeah. I mean, that it was viewed about the same, too. You thought Alabama. Now, A&M had lost 2 games. There was every reason to think Alabama was going to go out there. Now, that was an Alabama team that showed a few flaws. We haven't seen a lot of this Alabama team. So, he seemed pretty laid back and calm, to be honest with you. He was in a good mood. Yeah. I don't know how to read that.
Oh, I don't think
sometimes when he's in a crap mood.
Yeah, I don't think you can read that. I want you to give me just the overall feel of being on the show. And if you also, when I'm on the show, and LT's been there before too, it always seems like the set should be just a tad bit bigger. You're really way close to Coach and Chris there.
I feel like I'm invading his space.
Yeah, you did what I do, a little back.
Yeah, I sit back.
I sit back a little bit. What Brown takes away from there's a picture last night of Ryan there. All that and what Brown saw last night, and Henry To'oTo'o coming up. After I tell you about our friends right there at Crocker Moving Services, just wonderful people. If you're looking to move anywhere in the continental United States, why not do it with the best company out there for moving? That's Crocker Moving Services, the people to use for residential and commercial moving. They will even pack your stuff for you. Pack up your office, pack up your home, and move it anywhere locally or anywhere in the continental United States. Find out all their services at crockermovingservices.com. crockermovingservices.com, owned by Eric Crocker. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. They use a lot of great principles in their company that are really things that make America great, like using made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. He loves to hire veterans. When he can find the veterans who are looking for jobs, he hires them and he uses them in Crocker Moving Services right there. crockermovingservices.com. Use those folks, crockermovingservices.com. Just fun to hang out last night with the coach?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's got a lot going on. I mean, I don't.
Hey, can you pull that picture again?
Yeah. That right there?
Yeah, look how big Chris Stewart's straw is.
Are you indicating that maybe the straw wasn't that big before Coach walked up there?
That's a long-ass straw. And that's why his eyes are so wide. He's like, my God, my straw is long.
Why do they give me this straw? All You're right.
Yeah, I didn't know we'd get into straw comparisons here today, but Chris's straw is a lot longer than Brown's straw. Yeah.
Boy, he looks happy to be there.
Who, Chris or Saban?
Saban.
I think he kind of enjoys that show, believe it or not. He has fun with the callers. He has fun with...
Did Pee Wee call first?
Every time. And Pee Wee criticized the offensive line play. And Saban was like, well, how do you know it didn't play well? He's laughing when he says it. Yeah. Coach had... Chris says, we'll start with Pee Wee and Grand Bay. That's always the first caller. And before he could say anything, Saban says, Pee Wee, how'd you think the offensive line played Saturday, Coach? I didn't think it was all that great.
Yeah, not very well early on. We didn't adjust to their stunts.
And now that you ask.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, all right, that's our opening segment today. We'll talk to Henry To'oTo'o, the Alabama linebacker. He's coming up in the next segment. Later on in the show, Tyler Watts is in studio to break down Alabama's trip to Texas, Rockstars Playhouse in the final hour as well, and a special announcement around the trash segment a little bit later on. The show today being brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports. Precision Sports getting you back in the game.
Yeah, a lot of major injuries out there, and whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Our upset picks earlier this week. Brownie likes Arizona State to pull a little bit of an upset. LT thinks Stanford can keep it close with USC. I think Kentucky brings Florida back to earth, wins it outright. We'll talk more college football. Your pick 3 coming up as well. NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, don't forget that fishing department, Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. All the great brands you love. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, Sixth Sense Fishing. Find them all at the still new Nichols Outfitters Fishing Department, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. Alabama linebacker Henry To'oTo'o joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is here now. What is up, Henry? How are you today?
What's up? I'm doing good.
We were just discussing this before you came on. I did the coaches show with Coach Saban last night, and he brought up the fact that, everybody likes to talk about Alabama's a 20-point favorite going to Texas. And He said the last time we went to Texas as a 20-point favorite, we, quote, got our ass kicked. How much have you heard that in practice and in meetings this week?
Oh, he's definitely been, he's been honest about it. We had a bad trip last time we went to Texas, so he's definitely trying to keep our heads right, trying to keep the team together, trying to, just let everybody know that, this one's going to be a hard one. And, Texas, like, no matter what team you play in Texas, it's going to be a hard environment. So he's definitely, been honest about that this whole entire week.
Going back last weekend, look, and I know Utah State's a different opponent, but anytime you can shut somebody out, a D1 opponent, limit them to 130-plus yards, defense played well last week.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of something that we're harping on. Defense is, definitely holding somebody to the most minimum points that we can, holding below 13 points. So, it was a whole collective group. Everybody communicated well. Everybody, did their job. As long as people do their job, we don't need no superheroes out there. We don't need nobody doing extra. Just do what you coached. And, we're definitely going to come up with the result that we want. So, last week was a good game for us to see what we can be. So that was a good step forward. Now it's just our part to, keep going and not be settled with what we did last week.
Obviously, you watched the Texas tape, and Bijan Robinson stands out instantly. Future NFL running back, he's across from you. You just talk about everybody doing your job. How do you contain? How do you play against a guy like Bijan Robinson from your position right there in the middle of that defense?
Yeah, he's a great running back. We all know it. We all have seen it. But, it ultimately comes down to the fundamentals of football, just tackling well, containing, our gaps, playing gap defense, hustling to the ball, trying to get the ball off of them. And then, everybody just 11 hands to the ball, like a big swarm of bats trying to hit him. So, he's a great running back. It's a great challenge for us this weekend. We're super excited to be able to play a guy like him. Probably one of the best backs that we'll see this year. So, we're definitely excited about that.
I like to learn from, people that play the game like you. You hear that phrase a lot. We got to keep our run gaps. We got to keep our run gaps. For those people like me, what makes you sometimes get out of your run gap? Is it just eagerness to make a play, to do somebody else's job? What makes you get out of your run gap sometimes?
there's one part of it, like you were saying, like being undisciplined, farming somebody else's land, trying to make a play that isn't yours. We all have a job to do. There's A, B, and C gaps. So definitely, what gap you have, control that gap. Do everything that you can so that nothing ever comes through that gap. And then there's another part of, the offense definitely drawing up something good. Some eye candy, trying to get you out of your gap, trying to move you from where you were to where they want you to be and not where you need to be. So that's definitely a huge challenge for us. So I think we got a good game plan in to be able to, just play gap defense and hold them where we need to be.
Alabama linebacker Henry To'oTo'o with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us this time each Friday. Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers has not played much football. He did not play his senior high school year. He did not play his freshman year at Ohio State. He's played one game at Texas. How difficult is it to prepare for a guy where you essentially have one game of film on?
It's hard, the tendencies that he has. But we feel like, we have a good game plan for him. Definitely just their offensive schemes, and we feel like that's not going to change, going into the game. But that's probably our job. That's kind of a benefit for us, a positive for us, because he hasn't been in pressure, and he hasn't felt that pressure before. So being able to go in the game and rattle him up just a little bit, make reads difficult for him and put pressure on him, put our hands in his face and try to affect him as much as we can.
You're a California kid, so you've played in some heat. I know the temperature there is a little bipolar like it is here. It goes up and down, especially in North California.
Oh, yeah.
But temperatures are looking at like 95, 96 on Saturday morning at 11 o'clock. What's the hottest temperature you've ever played in before?
The hottest temperature? See, I ain't gonna lie. It had to be last year, Florida. Oh. It was so hot, but the humidity was what made it worse. Oh, my gosh. I can't do it. The humidity just makes it that humidity makes it 10 times worse. So I think Florida was definitely one of them.
So would you rather play in 95-degree heat in that humidity, or would you rather play somewhere like Green Bay where it's minus 10 wind chill?
Oh, no. I'm playing in the heat every time.
Me too.
I'm right there
Me
with
too,
you.
100%. I'd rather have that heat. Yeah.
Ain't no way.
Hey, I'm fascinated by your gear that you have on there. I mean, that is the two-tone and everything. That is I couldn't.
Yeah, Dunaway will try to pick one up next week.
Obviously, I'm Jimmy Curran, but in my as I'm pushing the end of my 50s, I probably can't pull that off. But that's sweet gear.
I appreciate it. It's my uncle's clothing line. Like, he has a little clothing line. He sends me some stuff, and I just put it on the rocket.
Yeah. Well, give him a shout out.
Surprised I can pull it off.
What's the brand?
Definitely came up from the roots. So he's a basketball trainer. So definitely shout out to my Uncle Fowler. Came up from the roots. He's kind of a low key guy trying to just make his way up as a basketball trainer. So definitely shout out to him.
Okay, What about you? Can you play hoop?
Oh, I definitely can hoop. That's what people don't know about me. I can hoop. I definitely can hoop.
So right now, though, if you had to, if you guys had a 3-on-3 tournament, and they used to have these all the time, you had to take two guys with you from the Alabama team to win a 3-on-3 tournament. Who are those guys right now?
All right, I'm definitely taking Terrion. Terrion can play some hoops. And then I need a big guy. Down in the middle to get some rebounds.
Jaheim Otis.
I'm taking Jaheim Otis. Yep.
Are you serious?
Oh, God, could you imagine?
Is he athletic for 370?
Oh, he's athletic. Yeah, he's one of them athletic dudes that you just like, oh, my gosh, he can do that at 320? That's him.
Hey, get him to go hang on the rim in Coleman and see what Nate Oates says.
Now, wait, there's a DB on the team that was...
we took Terrion Arnold.
Oh, okay.
We took Terrion.
Okay, very good. I was about to say, if not, I was going to pick three other guys, and we were going to Golden State it up. You could get the big guy in the middle. We were going to shoot from the outside and beat you all day long.
I got to be honest, man. Bryce looks like he could run the point pretty well.
No, Bryce can do it. But that's my position. That's my position. That's why I couldn't pick him.
Tired of all that defense stuff. Let me run the rock. I hear you. So you're flying out to Austin today. A lot of the listeners and viewers here don't get to travel with the team. What will that entail? When do you guys leave? When you get there? Obviously there are meetings and such. Do you get to relax at all? Any tonight? Do you have movie night or anything?
Yeah, we have meetings at 12, so in about like 2.5 hours from now. Then we go through meetings, walk through, all the corrections that we need to make. And then we head on to the plane, head to Austin. And then we usually have about like an hour and a half before we, head into our next meetings. But no movie tonight because we play so early, tomorrow. So definitely just being locked in at the hotel, going over plays, going over, our different walkthroughs, our different looks that we're going to have tomorrow. So, it's going to be a little crammed up night. But usually when we have a late game, we have about at night, probably like 2.5 hours, 2 hours to relax, watch a movie. Then the next morning, you wake up at 9. But tomorrow we're going to have to wake up pretty early, I ain't gonna lie.
People in the chat saying Kool-Aid plus his two will make this a good game. I don't know who else Kool-Aid's going with. He could play in high school, though, I think.
Whoever they got, I'm ready with my two.
I like it.
I like the confidence.
Okay, now when we hit you, now obviously we'll pay you, but when we hit you up after your career's over with and you're in the NFL, we want to bring you back for a 3-on-3 charity tournament. Do you remember that we talked about this? Okay,
we'll set this up in late January if you guys are down for it.
Yeah,
after the dish. I'm down. Okay. Let's do it. I'm ready.
I am sure Nick Saban is going to love this.
Nick Saban used to play pickup himself.
Yeah. But if he blows out an ACL, it doesn't matter.
Well, man, thank you, Henry. Man, we always enjoy talking with you. We look forward to talking to you
Appreciate
next
you
week.
guys.
Hi, buddy. Safe travels. Thanks, Henry.
See you guys next week.
Yeah, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
Henry To'oto'a with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I hate to take a shot. Is he a little bit better than our Alabama NIL last year?
Well, I was just thinking, and Bo was really, really good.
What?
Well, he said he hates to take a shot, so you can't get mad about it.
But, I mean, you knew a shot was coming as soon as you said, I hate to take a shot.
That's why you say it.
I know, but I love when a kid like that's having fun and really engaged and wants to do this,
Yeah, I've enjoyed both our guys, and Bo was good last year, and there were times when Mechie was good, but I've enjoyed both our guys this year. I think Schinker and Henry have both done a good job.
Rocky, give me a look at Mechie real quick. Hey, dude, so you said you're going to watch a movie tonight. What are you thinking about watching?
I mean, something. One of my favorites is
look at Tyler by time.
Yeah, this is where Jimmy Sirius would say our thoughts and prayers with Mechie as he continues to battle his health issues right now. We appreciate his time.
I want to thank Jim for ruining a good bit.
Such a dick. I'll say it again.
That's the first D I've been called all week. I appreciate that.
And Maggie's been home all week.
Charlie's got the bubble above his head. He thinks so.
Simpio, they'll help you with the HR department. We don't have one up here. I'd be reporting LT all the freaking time.
It's abundantly clear.
Yes.
Our friends at Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast, Blake and the guys, first call we made was to Simpio because they're going to handle all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars, compliance, payroll, benefits, and HR done away. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call them today, 205-635-7467, or go online, Simpio.com.
Kevin says, also Dunaway thoughts and prayers to Bo Nix for continuing to suck at football. Don't forget that, too.
And Daniel adds, don't worry, Mech ain't listening.
He's Mech out making
he
money.
Listen, we were asking him questions.
He's making money in the NFL. Doing better than us.
He probably couldn't find us if we spotted him with Next Round Live .
Yep.
Hey, Goose says, any guesses on the mystery picker? Goose, I don't know, and I think it's Jason Momoa is what I'm going with today.
All right, there's the wheels up plane.
Yeah.
Mystery picker tomorrow on game day, or the one that Brown always sends us in a list for today's guest?
No, I'm talking about in studio here today.
Yep.
Okay.
Aquaman
What
about
in studio.
tomorrow? I mean, it's got to be McConaughey. They never go to Austin.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be
just to pull the
McConaughey.
curtain back, I may have reached out to someone's publicist to see if they'd talk about Texas, Alabama, because somebody's a big
did they
fan.
even answer the email?
Within 2 hours, somebody is super busy this week.
Really?
Super
I
busy.
guarantee you he's at the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but really nice that they reached out within 2 hours.
And at least responded.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it will be him because I think he obviously enjoys college football.
Right.
And he's always on that campus, so why would you not go to him?
If they can't get him, I mean, Texas has got a lot of options. There's a lot of.
Joe Rogan's in Austin, says Gary.
Oh, did he go to Texas?
I don't know.
Joe seems like a guy that didn't finish college.
Hey, what are you saying?
Hey, does it matter?
JT says the Undertaker, he'd be good.
Jordan Spieth, if you want to go with a golfer, he's a Texas guy. Scotty Scheffler won the Masters. You get a Masters chair.
Yeah, they wear the green jacket up there. Corso could have one on too. That could be good.
Yeah, I agree with Joshua. Anything better than Jack Harlow.
Yeah, no pressure on the guy this week.
Right.
They could roll
us out.
Bevo would be more entertaining than Jack Harlow was.
Man, I used to tell it to a girl one time in Cincinnati. I like her. I'm taking Cincinnati.
I'll take them.
All right, Jack, thank you. That's a great breakdown.
NextRoundLive.com, NextRoundLive.com for the pick 3 today. You can go make those. We'll talk about some of the games coming up at the top of the hour. Last night, the Bills looked scary, beating the Rams 31-10. Interesting NFL injury. It involves Kittle for the 49ers. Groin injury, likely not going to play this week. Could be a lingering problem for San Francisco in that same division right out of the gate.
You know, I thought for a minute, and Kittle is so important to this offense because, watching Trey Lance in limited opportunities last year in his 2 starts, he's a guy that really needs that check down safety valve. And George Kittle, when he was healthy 3 years ago, I thought he was the best tight end in football. I thought he was a little bit better than Kelsey. Kelsey and Mark Andrews are probably those guys now because Kittle just can't stay healthy. But this is something to really look for because I'm not completely sold on Trey Lance yet. And if you don't have one of your more valuable weapons out there, obviously Debo is the go-to guy now. And Brandon Ayuk is a guy that is coming on, in his own right. But if you don't have Kittle, that's a big loss.
It could be John Hamm, says Jason.
Love me some John Hamm.
Roger Clemens.
Is John Hamm a Texas guy?
Yes.
I think they're just saying that because they know we like Mad Men.
No, I really think he's a Texas guy.
And he has a new series coming out. So.
And he's funnier than you would imagine.
Oh, he's great in the Progressive commercials. I can't believe he's chasing down Flo, though.
I can't either.
Would you not?
Well, I mean,
Flo's making money. I think Flo makes like $10 million a year.
If you watch Mad Men, what did he not chase down?
That's not Flo.
Well, you know what John Hamm's nickname is, right?
No.
John Hamaconda.
He's a Mizzou guy. So he's not even a Texas grad. And he's from St. Louis, Missouri. Guy has zero connections to
He used to be in the same conference.
He's from St. Louis, went to Texas, transferred to Missouri. Yeah. All right, we roll on with the next round. When we come back, we'll talk about a little bit about the game tonight. What can Gus's team do against Louisville? Should they be worried about that game tonight a little bit? And you'll hear a little bit from Josh Heupel. Big game for Tennessee on the road at Pittsburgh. What does he think about revenge as motivation? That's coming up on the show that's brought to you by The Lock every day, Hemphill Services. One loser at least last night, right? Because you like you like the Rams.
Well,
I did. And look, again, I'm very objective. I play against my Rams during the year. I'm very transparent. I felt the Rams were in a good spot last night with all the hype with Buffalo. Rams playing at home. Sean McVay had never lost an opener. He was 5-0, not only straight up, but he was 5-0 against the number, catching points, the way the number was moving. I really did like the Rams last night. I was wrong. We also, though, we had the Marlins. And so we split last night, not the way we wanted to start the NFL season. We bounced back, though. We've got a college play tonight. We're going to have a full slate tomorrow. We're going to win for you. Lance'sLock.com.
Use the promo code Jim.
Use promo code Jim. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It happened to Rocky this week. First call he made. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill. The ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
College football week 2 rolling on, and later on, the first of many this year, Rockstar's Playhouse. And I think we have a Rockstar Playhouse t-shirt for sale in the store, right? Nextround.store?
We absolutely do.
Nextround.store. Check that out as we roll on a fun Football Friday.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at Odie's, always a great place to enjoy a Friday night and then enjoy football on Saturday and Sunday. Odie's, where you have trivia every Wednesday night.
Every Wednesday night. But if you're looking for a place to sit back, relax, watch some college football this weekend, you can do it. Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village. Rockstar, how did it go last night?
It went really well. Dayton had a little guitar appearance last night, and Dayton played very well. And they had 3 TVs. I was just sitting on a stool playing, and I could watch the Rams game and the Bills. I saw a lot of action. You could have come to Odie's, might see some great music.
I mean, I might as well. Could have blindfolded and just come and listen to you guys. Give me a couple of tunes you guys played.
We did. We ended with Bob O'Reilly again,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it sounded a lot better this time.
Okay.
A lot tighter. We did "Jealous Again" by Black Crowes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying because Will is a big Black Crowes guy.
As
so
am I.
we tried to do that, and did "Superstition" by Stevie Wonder.
Okay, so better on drums, Taylor Hawkins Kid or Will? I know it's tough.
Taylor Hawkins Kid gets after
How
it.
about this? John Bonham in
Will.
his prime or Will?
Definitely.
Live music tonight, tomorrow night, always fun. Will Haver and his great staff up there. Incredible food from Rodney Davis for 3 decades now. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Enjoy college football all weekend. So Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Okay, concern tonight for UCF against Louisville, you think? Louisville looked like hot trash in week 1 against Syracuse. Should Gus's team be worried tonight?
Yeah, I think they should be worried. I mean, still, you're talking about a quarterback, and look, and this is a polarizing quarterback in Malik Cunningham, and he did not play well last week against Syracuse, and it still blows me away to only score 7 points on that Syracuse defense. But this is a Louisville team that popped Central Florida last year. And I think they'll remember that. Look, different rosters right now, but I think Louisville will have some confidence going into this game that they can work out some kinks from last week. Fully expect Louisville to look a lot better than they did last week.
Inferior opponent, but Plumlee did throw for 308 and 4 touchdowns. The big thing was 4 touchdowns, no picks, so he took care of the football. He played way better than Cunningham did, obviously.
Yeah, I just don't think Plumlee's going to be able to run at will on Louisville.
But
I could be wrong.
yeah.
I mean, again,
No,
Louisville
I kind of agree
looked
with you.
awful last week.
No, I agree with you. But historically, these are the games, though, that you worry about with Gus, right? They're under a touchdown favorite, but they're a favorite at home against a team they should be beating. These are the types of games you worry about Gus with historically.
Yeah, I would agree.
Going back to the Auburn days, obviously.
Yeah, and especially the quarterback that you have in Louisville can cause some problems, and we'll see what John Rice Plumlee can do in Game 2 now that there's tape on him in the UCF. That is when the UCF offense. That is 6:30 tonight, ESPN 2 for that broadcast. Let's knock out 4 downs right here. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations, and a 5th one coming soon to Pell City.
Yes, 4 locations, as you mentioned, a 5th coming to Pell City very soon. Make sure you get a look at anything you need for bumper to bumper. They can handle it for you and your family. 4 locations, online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Let's roll with this. Texas will cover versus Alabama, or Appalachian State will cover versus Texas A&M. More likely to happen, Texas covering Alabama or App State covering Texas A&M?
The lines are roughly the same. I think App State, what are they, land 17.5, 18
Yeah.
underdog? I think I'll go App State getting inside that number more than I would Texas.
This is a game we have talked zero about this week. It's a tricky game for Jimbo.
Well, look, Chase Bryce is a guy that was recruited from Dabo. We talk about Dabo's quarterbacks, and a guy that's bounced around. Now he's at Appalachian State. He went over 500 yards and 6 touchdowns last week against an ACC defense. I know they look like hot garbage, but I think Appalachian State can score a little bit and make this interesting, put a little pressure on
19 is the current number.
Yeah,
so
I would go App State.
I like App State there.
Second down.
In the Heisman conversation this week, do you think we're still talking Anthony Richardson over Hendon Hooker, or does Hendon Hooker pass Anthony Richardson in the Heisman conversation this week?
Tell me who wins each game.
I'll go Hendon Hooker.
That gets us to the hook.
I'll go Hendon Hooker because I think it'll be tough on. I'm going to say Kentucky's defense is better than Utah's. Look.
I don't know. It's
Not
close.
a lot. Not a lot to go with on that, but I'm going to say Kentucky's defense better than Utah's. And I think this will be a bit of a letdown game for Florida. And I think Hooker will go up against Pittsburgh. I think that'll be more of an offensive game. So I would say Hooker has the better day and probably edges ahead.
I'm going to lean Anthony Richardson, although I think it is going to be – I think both games are going to be tight. But I'm going to lean Anthony Richardson because as good as Hooker is, Anthony Richardson seems to have something special.
Well, you've already had a big win for Anthony Richardson, right? So
you've already had signature moments.
Yeah, so he's in that conversation now. Hooker's going to have to do something really impressive to get into that conversation.
I was watching Trevor Maddich this morning break down some of the film, and I continue to forget how important some of the plays on that final drive for Florida were. A 4th and 3.
That's right.
Where he takes
After
it
that
on
timeout.
himself, sees a gap, able to get the first down. Again, that 2-point conversion. Without that,
The
Florida
jump
loses
spin
the game.
fake. That's an incredible
It was
play.
unbelievable. Two guys were on top of it.
I know, and they both bid on it.
Third down.
More passing yards this week. C.J. Stroud, Ohio State against Arkansas State. coming off a game where they didn't put up big numbers passing, or Will Rogers on the road at Arizona late night, more passing yards? Will Rogers or C.J. Stroud?
I think I'll go Day trying to make this a get-right game on their offense and say get-right. I mean, they still play pretty well in that game, but they just didn't perform the way I think everybody thought. So I think he'll probably try to get right there, so I'll go C.J. Stroud.
I think C.J. Stroud's going to play 3 quarters. I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath, and they will get right on the offense. I think he's going to go right at 400. But I've got a feeling that Mississippi State might have their hands full in the desert with Arizona. I think it's going to be an absolute track meet, and I think Will Rogers could pass close to 500 yards. I'm going to go Will Rogers.
Wow, 500 yards.
He had 450 last week on Memphis. Now he's going against an Arizona team that, look,
that also likes to throw it.
That were better than advertised last week against San Diego State. But again, Will Rogers could have 60 attempts in this game.
Wow, what a fun game. That game will be over with about 2:30 in the morning.
I can't wait for that one, honestly.
4th down.
That late slate is so good. Rarely do we get 3 good games like that in the late slate.
Top 25 team most likely to lose to an unranked team this week.
Oh, boy, Jimmy.
Top 25 team most likely to lose to an unranked team this week. Just bouncing through it, you got Texas A&M and Appalachian State right there. Unranked Oklahoma State's playing unranked Arizona State. Tricky game there.
I'll go on and say Arkansas to South Carolina.
Yeah, I can see that. Yep. Is that in Fayetteville, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Fayetteville.
11 o'clock kick.
You know, I'll be consistent. I took Arizona State over Oklahoma State, my upset alert. Now, I said it was in the desert air. They're playing the game actually in Stillwater, not a ton of desert there. But I'll still go Arizona State pulling the road upset.
Texas Tech is actually favored over Houston. I like Houston personally in that game.
Yeah.
Yep. But see, I like Texas Tech in that one, and I think Washington State makes it interesting with Wisconsin. So a couple of interesting top 25 games. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
I had a celebrity birthday just quickly. Adam Sandler, 56. Colonel Sanders would have been 132 today. Better career.
Oh, Colonel
Sanders or Adam Sandler.
Go to Japan and ask them.
Yeah, that's right. They love.
They
Colonel
wait
Sanders.
in line on Christmas Day to eat at KFC.
Yeah. Adam, on the thing I lead, rarely is there somebody I know that's on the first line because they go by Q rating with kids, I guess. Adam Sandler, number 1.
Number 1,
yeah.
which blows me away.
I mean,
at 56.
Yeah, a lot of good birthdays today. Maybe throw some more at those a little bit later on. Vulcan Tires gives you the 4 Downs. Also part of the show brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. LT, tell us about Cowan, and we'll throw out some poll questions later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels: drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show as we sail towards week 2 of college football, which starts tonight with UCF hosting Louisville, 6:30 on ESPN2. Late night game on the CBS Sports Network at 8 o'clock is Boise State coming off of a bad loss at Oregon State on the road at New Mexico this evening. So a couple of college football games for you before we go early tomorrow with Alabama and Texas. Already on the show today, Henry To'oTo'o with us. You can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com, or you can always go back and rewatch it at your convenience over there on the YouTube channel. We always remind you on Saturday mornings before we go live at 9 o'clock. It's always a good time to catch up on interesting reads at nextroundlive.com from the morning rounds all week long, the top stories all week. You can go back and listen to the podcast, the show, any of that over the weekend, but especially on a Saturday morning to get you ready for game day. Leading into our live show, 9 o'clock now, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and every Saturday morning we're live 9 to 10. And we talk college football, and we take your questions before it all kicks off. That's 9 to 10 Central Time live tomorrow on all of our video platforms only, with our game day kickoff, brought to you by a lot of great folks there. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Right now, let's talk about the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3, some of the games in college football. We'll walk through some of these games and find out who we all like in these games and maybe some points about them. It's brought to you by B-Dubs.
12 locations now in Birmingham, or the Birmingham Central Alabama area, almost 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. They've got the new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. And don't forget, you got the takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app. Take advantage of that this weekend.
All right. Always at nextroundlive.com, you can go play online right there and just look for the B-Dubs logo, pick 3, and you can click there. Pick a pod, and pick the 3 games in the pot. If you go 3-0 like 67 of you did last week, you end up having a ball in the bucket. More balls in the bucket, your chance to win. Phone calls at 205-734-0923, 734-0923 as we talk college football this hour. You know, one of the more interesting games away from the Alabama game in the first pot up there, we just talked about it a little bit, that is Mississippi State on the road at Arizona, with Mississippi State's a pretty hefty favorite in this one. We're playing it at 10.5. Favorite for the Bulldogs there on the road at Arizona. A lot of people can't wash out the bad taste Arizona has put on the football field the last couple of years, but it's a totally different team because of the portal, right?
No, it really is. I mean, this Arizona team, Jed Fish went out after going 0-12, and he put some things together. This is a team that rolled out to San Diego State, one of the better Group 5 programs over the last decade, and beat them down 38-20. That was a major surprise. 6.2 yards per play is what they got last game with Jaden DeLaura at quarterback, the Washington State transfer, Jacob Cowan. They've got a legit one receiver now. This is a team that's going to be able to score some points this year. They're going to be one of the more improved teams. It looks like going from not winning a game to maybe winning 6 games this year.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the better improvements we see in college football, possibly, in Arizona. I would ask you, though, and it's only one game against Memphis, and it had a big rain delay in it, so there's a lot we don't know, but don't you think Mississippi State's probably quite improved from last year, too?
Yeah.
You thought they were going to be good anyway.
Best roster Mike Leach has had, and again, he's very familiar with West Coast. He's very familiar with the Pac-12, and this is a guy that has finished in the top 10 with Washington State and Texas Tech. Mississippi State, much like those programs, respectively, in their conferences. I think Mississippi State is going to be a tough out this year. I think Mississippi State wins this game. I'm not sure if they cover yet. I think it's going to be
I think it's going to be a great game. Yeah.
You know, Bruce Feldman projects the score at the Athletic.
Can I guess?
Yes.
45-38 Mississippi State.
Sounds about right, yeah. Something in the 40s, something in the 30s.
Bruce says, sit back. This game will take forever. 63-61. He thinks State wins, Arizona covers.
I don't think that. No,
yeah,
I think you're undervaluing. I don't know much about Arizona, but I think you're undervaluing State's defense a little bit there.
Yeah, again, this
Zach Arnett's got a good defense.
Well, Zach Arnett's got a really good defense, and he's the coordinator nobody talks about.
That's right.
I agree with you. This total is kind of low. I think it was sitting at 59. Didn't we talk about it the other day?
Yeah, because we were saying that we thought it'd be higher with those.
I thought it would be 72.
Yeah, Zach Arnett keeps that game lower scoring than I think, in my opinion, than what Bruce has.
That would be a very disciplined move by Mike Leach to go out there and play, not with his right hand, not with his best punch, play a little left-handed to keep them off the field, use the physicality that they have in the trenches, run the ball maybe a little bit more, everything Mike Leach doesn't usually do. That would show me something about Mike Leach and this team if he goes out there and sort of plays it left-handed and beats them by 20 points playing it SEC style.
As soon as you bring that up, I could see him doing it.
Yeah, 100%. Also in that first pool, if you wanted to tackle this tough game as well with that Mississippi State-Arizona game, is Oregon State and Fresno. And you've talked about this a couple of times. If you're an SEC football snob and you only watch SEC football, you miss so much good football. And this is an opportunity to watch a really good football game, Oregon State and Fresno State. We're playing Oregon State, giving it 1.5 in our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. But this is a virtual pick-em football game.
It's going to be a great game. Kind of what a lot of people expected last week with Oregon State and Boise State. I think Fresno is a better team than Boise. Now Oregon State goes on the road. I think this number is flipped. Oregon State's a skinny favorite now.
1-point favorite right now.
Chance Nolan can't make the mistakes he made in the second half against Boise State if the Beavers want to get the road win. The better quarterback in this game is Jake Hayner.
Yeah.
Is the quarterback for Fresno State.
Yeah, the total actually higher in this game in Vegas than the Arizona-Mississippi State game, which might surprise some people. It's 61.5. So they expect these two quarterbacks to put on a show.
These are, when we're just going West Coast-only football, 2 of the top 10 West Coast teams right now.
And I don't think it matters this time of year. Fresno's coming off long rest, playing at home. I don't know how you value that. I watched a little bit of that Cal Poly game last Thursday night. You're not going to learn much from that, but I thought Fresno looked okay.
Yeah.
As always, when we're talking about these numbers, our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, can get you in the game. Wicked Roller jumps in and says, MyBookie has over-under at 57 in that contest.
It's going under.
And the one we just talked about?
No, the Arizona Mississippi State game.
Well, mybookie.ag is where you go see that. Whether you're a veteran better or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. Super quick and easy. Here's what you do. You deposit $250. You got $500 in your account right away. You use those funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you like. Here's how you claim that bonus. You go to mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag. Use the code NEXTROUND. Should be really easy for you to remember. Next round, you get that double deposit bonus, and you can start right away this weekend. Your winning season begins today exclusively at mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
That total's going to hurt people because think about 31-28 puts it over. 31-28 seems so simple with those offenses right now.
Oh, it really does. But sometimes simple wins. Like last night, it looked like, man, the Bills are so good. I talked myself into thinking the Rams are going to win the game. I mean, those are the kind of things that you like. Last week, I talked myself into Oregon is going to play it close to Georgia. I mean, Georgia, it looks so simple. Just take Georgia and give the points. It was 49-3. It's such a hard thing to do, gambling. Right? Put that on a T-shirt.
Such a hard thing to do, gambling?
Yeah, such a hard thing to do, gambling.
Caps.
We continue with the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. Don't forget Buffalo Wild Wings, great place for food and to watch your favorite game at your local B-Dubs, including the one closest to my house right now. That's out in Chelsea, where I spend a lot of time after golf out there. Buffalo Wild Wings. In another pool, Auburn playing host to San Jose State. We're playing this at Auburn minus 23.5. San Jose State would beat Mercer. San Jose State to Penn State. Just to show you the Auburn schedule, what kind of team is coming into town to play Auburn tomorrow?
I wish I knew Dunaway. San Jose State, really good a few years ago when David Fales was the quarterback. Mike McIntyre was your head coach. Since then, they've fallen off a little bit. I don't know what to expect. I mean, Auburn, should be able to go out there, go through the motions defensively. They should be able to win this game just running the ball with Bigsby and Hunter. But it'll be more of a test, as you said.
Yeah, if I said, Brown, what's the one thing you're looking forward to or looking at in this Auburn game? As you turn on the Auburn game, what do you want to see?
I guess I'm curious, as long as this is a game, how he rotates quarterbacks. Does it look like it did against Mercer? Do you see more Ashford? Does Ashford throw more? Does he try to do a little bit more of a complete game rather than just come in and be the change of pace runner he was early in the Mercer game?
What if Finley starts and Ashford's in second or third series first quarter?
So, but does he come in and run the offense, or does he come in and just be, hey, this is going to be a change of pace guy. We're going to bring this guy in, let him run sweeps and, trick plays and things like that.
Play both scenarios.
What I'm saying is I want to see if Ashford is, and I know he threw some later in the Mercer game. I get that. I'm talking about in the first half,
right,
when it's a competitive game, when it's still a game and the outcome is in question. Do you let Ashford come in and do the same things Finley does? Because Finley can't do the same things Ashford does, right?
That's right.
Finley can't run like Ashford can.
He cannot,
that.
Yep.
We know that. That's established.
So do you guys remember going back to who was the Arizona quarterback? Tate?
Not McKell. What was his first name?
Oh, gosh.
Why are you doing this to me?
Well, okay, so the reason
he
I'm
was
bringing
so
him up,
good as a freshman.
Yeah, when he came on those final 6 or 7 games, he was unbelievable in that offense, and then he kind of fizzled out. But his last starting year, they opened against Hawaii. Do you guys remember that game?
Up and down the field, and Hawaii won it late, right?
Yeah, because he got down to the 1 and got tackled when time expired. They ended up winning the game.
That was Rich Rod, yeah.
The reason I bring that up is
Khalil Tate.
Khalil Tate.
Yep.
Hawaii started the white dude with the dreads, McDonald. But Chavan
Cole McDonald,
Cordero, whatever the kid's name is, came in.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Khalil Tate. Oh, we already said that.
I already said that, Jim.
But the Cordero kid looked better.
Hawaii!
He looked better than McDonald.
He looked better than Cole McDonald, yeah.
He's a dual threat guy. He's your starting quarterback for San Jose State. So this guy can play.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How about that? I did not realize that.
Yeah, so they've got a legitimate quarterback for Brent Brennan. And, I don't know if he's going to be a difference maker, but maybe that makes this game a little bit more interesting. Again, Auburn way too physical, and this is one of those games. You just wonder if Auburn's going to be very vanilla. And even with their quarterbacks getting ready for Penn State.
Superior Thruster thinks we see 60% Ashford, 40% Finley this week. Score could dictate that as well. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. We continue on with some more numbers here. You can play that all the way up to Saturday morning as we do our show live at 9 a.m. Saturday morning. And Buffalo Wild Wings open early for you on Saturdays to go enjoy the games.
Yeah, 12 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including those new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20-year service right here in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. They've got brand new remodeled locations all over the city. Takeout available through that Buffalo Wild Wings app. Get in this weekend to Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, you guys are commenting about TJ's interceptions last week. That's something they'll be watching this week to make sure he's protecting the football. A couple other games for you that are in our pick 3 that you can play right now at nextroundlive.com. Again, 67 of you were 3-0 last week. Already have one ball in the bucket. More balls you get in the bucket, better chance you have of winning the grand prize at the end of the season. Another game of interest in the SEC, South Carolina, Arkansas. Arkansas minus 9.5. The way we're playing it there in the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3.
It's a big number.
And I've got to start with Spencer Rattler. It's I don't want to go put up or shut up time like I did with Hendon Hooker because they've been talking a lot at Tennessee, but a lot was made of Spencer Rattler. With a quarterback improvement at South Carolina, he didn't really look the part in week 1 against a lesser opponent. Big, tough road environment, his first true road SEC game. Arkansas is a physical bunch. They got great linebackers that'll get after him. South Carolina overachieved last year with an inferior quarterback room. They've upgraded there now. He's got to live up to the hype now.
Yeah, look, if he's really that good, I know they've got a difficult schedule. Everyone does in the SEC. But if they won 7 games with 4 different quarterbacks last year that aren't even close to being the caliber of Spencer Rattler, this should be a team that should improve on wins from 8, maybe 9 wins even. And you go back last week, and I said Georgia State was going to win the game outright. They had a second-half lead. If it wasn't for special teams where you had multiple block punts for touchdowns, South Carolina might have lost that game. He's got to be better. He threw multiple
2
picks.
interceptions. That's what's alarming.
Yeah, he's got to protect the football, especially when he goes on the road against Arkansas.
Yeah, I threw 2 interceptions at home against Georgia State. Not a bad team, by the way. Georgia State's a good team. Like you said, I think they're probably going to give North Carolina a pretty good game this weekend. But I'm going on the road to Arkansas with a better secondary. It's alarming to me if I'm a Carolina fan what Rattler did. He has got to be much better on the road at Arkansas.
Good teams cover, great coaches are great. Good coaches win. Great coaches cover.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Sam Pittman, a little bit smoother yesterday. Yeah. Sam Pittman, 13-6-1 against the number his last 20 conference games.
Ooh.
UAB's at Liberty tomorrow. We're playing UAB minus 6.5. I mean, how about UAB? They had a big number against Alabama A&M, blew past that one easily. Now UAB, a road favorite by a touchdown against a Hugh Freeze team. And I don't know about you guys. I expect them to cover the game.
We'll see what happens with the backup quarterback. You lose Charlie Brewer after only 3 passing attempts. It's a huge blow for Hugh Freeze. You played 3 quarterbacks. It looks like they're going to go with their number 3. So for them to start their number 3 against a really good UAB defense. Now, the thing Liberty's got going for them is they did win this game going away in the second half last year at Protective. Now they're at home. It's still a really good Liberty roster. I just don't know if they're going to be good enough for this UAB team. This number probably would have settled UAB 3 if Charlie Brewer was playing.
Yeah, big revenge game for UAB. You listen to Bryant Vincent with us. You go watch the Miller twins on our video platform. They all talk about they were embarrassed by the way that game went at Protective Stadium in the home opener last year. The first ever game at Protective Stadium. They got embarrassed a little bit by Liberty. They want revenge in that one.
Sounds of the game. Speaking of revenge from Josh Heupel, after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's who will help you with that diamond when it's time to pop the question.
Yeah, look, if you are in the market to pop the question, you need to go see our diamond specialist. That's our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, shop today, go to brombergs.com.
Revenge, a factor for UAB going to Liberty. Revenge may be a factor for Tennessee going to play Pitt. Josh Heupel asked about that this week.
Coach, a couple of your players earlier in the week talked about how last season's game, the way it went, left a bad taste. That was in the back of their minds as this week started. Are you good with your players using that as motivation, or having maybe sort of, I don't want to say revenge factor, but that being something that gets them going this week?
Yeah, sure. Whatever gets them in the building, watch more tape. I'm all for it. Last year's game has nothing to do with how this week plays out. You know, the first play doesn't dictate what happens on the second play of the game either. So, but certainly, you know, there's a sense of urgency and understanding what we're getting into, and I think that's led to a really good week up until this point of preparation.
So Tennessee and Pitt is one of our games in the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. How do you foresee that one playing out? That's one of, if I had to, do my gym top 5 of 5 games I'm most looking forward to, that one's easily into my top 5.
I would agree with you. It was a great game last year. Again, Tennessee started the wrong quarterback in Joe Milton. Now they've got the right quarterback. It's going to be a really good quarterback matchup with Keaton Slovis. He didn't get protection last Thursday night against West Virginia. If he doesn't get that protection, he's got problems. But on the other side, as good as Tennessee looked offensively, they had 0 sacks against Ball State. They're going to have to be able to apply that pressure on Keaton Slovis. If they're able to do that, I think Tennessee could end up winning this game by double digits. If not, I think Pittsburgh's going to be one of those teams much improved from week 1 against West Virginia to what they've got against Tennessee. Pitt didn't show me anything up front. They've got those players back from last year. I think it's going to be a highly competitive game.
Yeah, Pitt, if you remember this game last year, Tennessee was up 10-0, and Pitt could not move the football on them. They got bogged down offensively, 10-0 after 1, and then Pitt put together a touchdown drive, and then Tennessee just could not stop them. Now, that was first-round draft pick Kenny Pickett.
And that was kind of his coming out party.
It really was, yeah. In the second half of that game, you're like, wow, this guy can play, man.
Yeah, just quick number, 4-11 against the number. Tennessee, their last 15 against ranked opponents. So they haven't been good in this spot. Again, they're on the road.
On the road is a 6.5-point favorite the way we're playing it.
Yeah, and I'm not really surprised they're favored like that just based on the performances by both teams in the first game. I don't know how much you can get from Tennessee against Ball State. There's a reason Tennessee's favored in this game. I thought before the season that Pittsburgh would be a slight favorite based on the fact that they won the game last year, and this year it is in Pitt. I like Pitt to get under the number, though. I think it'll be a tight game.
All right, we roll on to Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3. We'll talk more about the games in our next segment. You can jump in with us later on. Before we get to trash, we'll do our Monday's headlines today. That's our spotlight today. We'll have a couple of headlines before the games are even played. That coming up in a little less than an hour, in hour number 3. But in the next segment, we do a thing called Ask Us Anything on some of our road shows, like last night, our Bud Light game night at Baumhauer's. Let's do an Ask Us Anything in the chat room in the next segment, where you ask us anything about games coming up this weekend. A lot of you like to play games, whether it's in, pick 'em games with your friends in the office, or maybe you are at mybookie.ag. And you want some information from LT. He'll share his knowledge with you. Ask us about a couple of games over in the chat room. We'll talk some more coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR, ready to race to Talladega.
877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number you call. You go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to find out all the info on this 2022 Yellowwood 500 weekend. Friday, September 30th through Sunday, October 2nd, capping off with that Yellowwood 500. They got some great experiences like the Kids VIP experience presented by Children's of Alabama. It's the ultimate way for kids 12 and under to experience the excitement with guided garage tours, pit box tours, driver intro fist bump alley, and more. You can see more on that. You can purchase tickets. You can reserve your spot in the infield and the camping area, all of that, by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch.
St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. More of the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 conversations. We'll ask Lance some of the questions that are coming in over in the chat room about the board this weekend in college football for week 2. Before we get back to that, Rockstar is going to tell us about his guy, Adam Messer.
Get him, Rockstar.
Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Before we get to those questions, Rockstar, can you give me cut one? Because you guys, you Auburn fans seem to be really concerned about TJ Finley's 2 interceptions this past week. Now, the first one didn't come until it was 28-0, right?
Right.
Okay, so here's Brian Harsin earlier this week when he was asked about the turnovers by his starting quarterback. Here's the coach.
Yeah, I think the question, let's just go to the turnovers. You know, one was a poor decision. I think trying to make something, sometimes the defense has things covered, and you try to force the ball in there. So it was just a decision, and the other one was poor fundamentals. That's why the 2 turnovers happened. So it's pretty matter of fact, and those things happen in practice too, right? And it's not just TJ, it's every quarterback. That stuff when you're coaching that position, great decision making, fundamentals, all those things matter. So we cleared that up, and we move forward.
Oh, so how about that? The one was a bad decision and one was bad fundamentals. Both of them were TJ's fault.
It's a bad combination.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad route. Nobody stopped on a route. It was a bad play design or anything.
That's very honest.
Yeah, it was both TJ's fault.
I mean, if that's the whole thing. Maybe your passing game is a little more limited with Ashford. He's not the most accurate passer. But if he's not turning it over, that's a key element right there.
Well, I think it's more frustration out of Auburn fans. Again, I think you know what you're getting with TJ Finley, and I think it was exciting to see an athletic guy like Robbie Ashford out there.
No doubt.
Let's jump back into the questions coming in over here. Brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, again, Buffalo Wild Wings, 12 locations throughout the greater Birmingham area now, including new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. Stop into one of those 12 locations, and don't forget, takeout is available right now through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
All right, let's go back up. Wicked Roller was first in. Iowa State, no way they go over 40, right? And he's joking about how little points they scored last week. Is that really the total? Is it 40?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's one of the lowest totals you'll see in college football.
Did you watch Iowa? But they've yet to score a touchdown.
That's an easy over, though.
I don't know.
I mean, come on.
Normally
40?
Yeah, normally.
Okay, let's look back at the history of this game. I just want to tell you real quick.
It seems low scoring to me, Lance. It feels like 21 points is normally enough to win this.
So 21-20, that's a winner, Brownie.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this game goes under. I actually lean under. Okay, so last year's Cyhawk was 27-17.
Uh-huh.
So 44, that would have gone over.
Okay.
In that spot. The year before they didn't play because of COVID. The year before that, it's 18-17.
Yep.
Under. Mm-hmm. The year before that, 13-3.
Under. Yeah, that's a low-scoring game every
the year before that, in 17, it got wild, 44-41.
I mean, I remember that
That was
game.
overtime, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It was overtime, I think, before an Alabama game, maybe. There was some game it was delaying. I remember that. Like, that thing went overtime, and you're like, we're waiting for it to get done. The total has crept down to 40 now, Jim. Not even 41, it's 40.
Patrick says, Dunaway says, that's an easy over. Final score, 3-2.
I mean, based on the Iowa offense we watched last week, they're unable to manufacture a touchdown. 7 points on 2 safeties and a field goal.
It's remarkable.
Completely pathetic.
I can't read my own writing. Jason, who is watching us in Columbia, Missouri. Any chance my Tigers win at Kansas State?
Oof.
I think Kansas State's defense looked really good in week 1. I think they could win. I mean, we're still talking about SEC versus what some believe to be middle of the pack Big 12. Chris Kleiman's got this team dialed in, though, and I thought they were a tough out last year. Adrian Martinez, we're going to see how this works out. But Deuce Vaughn is one of the most explosive players in college football. If you can limit him, then you've got an opportunity to win this game. If Deuce Vaughn goes off, Kansas State might win this game going away. Again, it's an 11 o'clock game.
Historically, a difficult place to play. Manhattan can be a difficult place to play, and K-State's only favored 7.5 at home.
K-State's the better team.
Yeah.
And he's watching on Facebook. We appreciate that, Jason, out of state there. And he wants to know what we think of Eli Drinkwitz.
I'm not a big fan.
I get a feeling by him asking those 2 questions, he's not either.
I'm not a huge fan of Eli Drinkwitz.
He looks like the guy that the wife, she's got her one beach bag, and he's carrying every toy. And
pool noodle.
And the cooler.
She's got her arm like this, and the beach bag's hanging in the
And the kids have no respect for him. They're up in front of him. One of them might have a shovel, but he's got everything in his hands.
Settle down, by the way.
You're describing me.
If you were a coach, you'd be Eli Drinkwitz.
All right, Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. Ask us anything in the games you care about over there. LT's neighbor, Bryce Young, over under 365 total yards. Bijan Robinson, over under 110 total yards.
I would go over and under. Over on Young, under on Bijan.
I would go under on Young, over on Bijan.
You think Bijan can hit 100 total yards?
I think
in this
he goes
game?
for 113, and I think Alabama runs the ball a little bit more.
Thread that needle with Bijan.
Yeah.
Boy, if Bijan goes over 100, how much of that you think's rush?
I think one of them is a missed gap long run.
If it goes over 100, I mean, Texas hangs in this a little better than I thought. I mean, historically, Alabama giving up 100-yard rushers has been a pretty good path to a team having a shot at victory.
Yeah. I can almost guarantee you that Pete Golding and Nick Saban, when they've talked about this Sark offense, Bijan is the heartbeat of this offense. Ewers is not a guy that is going to go out.
Xavier deep over the top, throwing it up and letting the young guys.
They'll take a couple of shots there. Yeah, they'll take a couple of shots, and maybe you hit one of those because Xavier Worthy is that good. Yeah. But would you guys not guarantee that Pete Golding, his focus this week is Bijan Robinson? If we can cut the head off the snake and Ewers beats us, so be it.
Lance, I'll tell you this. I did the Saban show last night, as you might have heard. He answered several Texas questions and did a good deep dive into Texas and Sarkisian. I only remember him mentioning one player by name.
Bijan Robinson.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah. That's the only one I can remember him mentioning.
Only
by
guy
name.
they're worried about.
Yeah. He's the guy that can beat you. He's the guy that can beat you. All right. Thanks for the question there. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 as we continue on with that. And part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power, keeping you plugged up. Zach's got a good question. So does Charlie and B. Rich. We'll get to those after you tell us about Alabama Power.
And what I will tell you about Alabama Power is timely communication, more important today than ever before. Alabama Power wants you to know you got options when it comes to reaching them beyond just phone or mail. Check outage alerts, where you can receive text or email notifications when you're experiencing an outage and you're away from home. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/alerts.
Zach says, when Kentucky beats Florida this weekend, what happens to the balance of the power in the East then? Because remember last week everyone was talking about, the balance for the power in the East is getting so even, or it's starting to shift a little bit.
Let's see how this game plays out. If it's a tight one-possession game, then I still think Florida's improved over last year.
Kentucky's could be improved over last year.
It was a 10-win Kentucky team, and a lot of people believe this was going to be a better Kentucky team if Will Levis took that next step. Everybody was looking, who's the second best team in the East? Could Tennessee make that rise? Is Anthony Richardson going to be that good? Or will Kentucky continue to get better? I don't think it really changes anything. I think the East has improved. I don't know about you guys. I think Tennessee has a better program over the last couple of years. Florida looked much better last week, and Kentucky has been better over the last 5 years.
Who was that? Was it Clay? Was he our guest this week that was arguing that the East is better than the West right now?
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom?
I don't disagree.
Oh, please.
I don't disagree.
Top to bottom, you say the East is better than the West.
Well, no. Here's the problem: is
that's
your
BS.
bottom.
Well, the problem is I don't know that you've got. I know you don't have a Vandy in the West.
Yeah, and a Missouri.
I don't think you got a Missouri. Auburn plays Missouri. You know, LSU I don't think plays Missouri. I'm just talking about teams that might Ole Miss, teams that are competing for the bottom of the West right now.
So basically you're telling me we've got a hell of a boat except for those 2 holes in it.
Well, I mean, but at the top, so at the top you got Alabama.
He was saying 1 through 4.
Alabama and Georgia are.
Well, that's not top to bottom. That's 1 through 4.
Well, that's what he said. So
and 1 through 4.
I think he said the top is better. I think it's what Clay said. Yeah.
The top of the East is better than the top of the West.
I think that's what Clay said.
Yeah, because Alabama and
Georgia, let's say they're equal. Now, who's next in the West? A&M?
Could be A&M. Could be Mississippi State.
Okay, A&M and State.
Could be Arkansas.
Right now, Florida looks better than them. Just right now.
Well, they have one. Yeah, they have the best win.
Everybody's only got one game.
Best win in the league.
Everybody's only got one game. I mean, that's all I can judge by.
Best win in the country.
Probably so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Based on
Ohio State be number 5. Notre Dame.
If you go, but if you go on what you expected versus what actually happened. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Speaking of expectations, Charlie. Appreciate him so much in the chat room. Given the schedules, any chance that the top 7 gets shaken up again before October the 8th? That's when Texas A&M comes to play Alabama.
Ooh, I had to.
Top 7 right now is Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, Clemson, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma. So basically what he's asking, chance of any of those guys losing before October 8th or anybody jumping above any of those guys.
Ohio State's got Wisconsin week 4. It's in the horseshoe. So it does seem a little bit unlikely to me, but let's see if Wisconsin. Michigan is at Iowa. Iowa's got to score more points than they have to challenge Michigan.
Georgia goes to South Carolina, 11 o'clock game.
Yeah, Clemson has got they've got Wake and NC State before that.
Yeah. I mean, Clemson could lose one of those. If DJ is your starting quarterback, there's a chance they lose one of those games. And A&M, again, out of conference, what they've got the next 2 weeks. And then they've got Arkansas. A&M's going to lose one of those games. Yeah, they will lose one of their next 3 games.
And I would say leave open, Charlie, the potential of upward movement for USC if they look good and win at Stanford this week and continue to look, like USC is back to Pete Carroll's day. The country will fall in love with the story of an L.A. team and Lincoln Riley and the flash and the glamour of the Coliseum and all that. They have a chance to jump up into the top 7.
And they don't get Utah until the 15th. And between now and then, now they play Oregon State and Fresno State, who play this weekend.
Tough games.
Those are tough games for them, and Oregon State's on the road.
One more on the Ask Us Anything over there. Just talking about the big games on the board for this segment. B. Rich says, every year there's one team that makes a great run against the spread. It happens every year. Can you foresee who that's going to be?
Michigan State early last year. Again, I go back to Northwestern in 1995. I go back to
which Auburn was
Arizona State in 1994.
Which Auburn was it? 2013 that you doubted every week and they covered every week
in 2013. Yep. That team this year.
I think the only one Auburn didn't cover that year was LSU.
You want to think about it during the break a little bit? Yeah. Let him think about that one, Rich, during the break. Thank you guys for jumping in with some questions there. We'll keep it rolling along throughout the show, but still to come. At 11:30, we've got Trash Today, a special announcement about what's going on up here at Double Down Media in that segment as well. Tyler Watts at 12 o'clock to talk about what he saw with the Crimson Tide. And in week 1 of college football, he'll be in studio with us at 12. And Rockstars Playhouse right after that. That'll be at 12:20. And still to come in about 30 minutes, we'll do our headlines for the week. LT's promised us greatness again. A little pressure on him. The show being brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing. Corner of Highway 119, Highway 31, behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. Let's go inside the gym and take a look at what it looks like right there at Champions Boxing on Highway 31 in Pelham and Highway 119, that intersection there behind the Purple Onion. Just a gym. You get in there, you work on your speed, your agility, your strength, your mental and physical fitness. They got classes for women, female trainers as well. Ages 7 and up. What is it not? Not a fight club. But it is a chance to get in there and take out some frustration of the world. Are you tired of inflation? Go hit a bag a little bit. You feel really good, right? 205-358-8176. 205-358-8176. Or simply stop by and check them out, or check them out on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and a lot more. Champions Boxing AL.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. Fansville. that little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meter match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Our friends at New Life Art brings us the viewing menu every day. Rockstar's chance to tell us what he's watching tonight. There is football on tonight. ESPN2, Louisville and UCF, 6:30. The Braves, I know they've played there before, probably. I know they played there before.
Probably. They've played everywhere.
They're in Seattle tonight. That's a rare matchup that you have to admit.
Yeah, that is a game you don't see a lot of.
Braves in Seattle against the Mariners tonight, 8:40 on Bally's. New Life Art bring us the other stuff.
Yeah, Charlie Morton and Robbie Ray tonight. Was just taking a look at that game. Right now, from our friends at New Life Art, 20% off all Alabama versus Texas products. Last time the Tide played Texas was in Pasadena. We were out there together. First time we did shows. That was at the Rose Bowl in 2009 for the national championship. Here's to another Longhorn beatdown. No code is needed. Go to DanielMooreArt.com. Discounted price will appear in your cart. Some great selections, Alabama versus Texas, from our friends at New Life Art.
Is he making a toast there, huh? Here's to another Longhorn beatdown.
I think a lot of people feel it.
Netflix, you get the new premiere season of Cobra Kai, season 5.
Going to try to watch all of them tonight.
Wow, how many is that?
My God.
Lunsford will too, won't you?
Are they 30 minutes in length?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll at least take the whole weekend. I'll watch it on Monday.
Well, so I've got Jack and Jace coming, and they're excited about college football with the food I've got tomorrow, so they want to watch football tomorrow. So I told them that we'll start about 5 o'clock today. We'll watch 2 episodes. I'm going to New York Butcher to get us some stuff to grill out, and then we'll watch till probably midnight tonight. How many episodes are 10?
Yeah, it's usually something like that, and they're like 30-minute episodes, so
Yeah.
I mean, it can go by fast.
Yeah, so we got 5 hours. Yeah, we can knock that out.
Jack and Jace, Jace and Jack. It's the Jack
You
and
gotta
Jace
see
show.
Jace's shirt. That is weird.
What was that?
You guys remember Chalky White?
Yeah. From Boardwalk Empire.
My man Todd Furman sent me a shirt and it had Chalky White's picture on it, and it said "Chalk Kills." And Jace wore it to school today. I said, "You won't wear that." He sent me a picture this morning in the halls of Oak Mountain. And I was like, "If your teacher's asked, let me give you a little explanation behind this."
Amazon Prime releases the third episode. I don't know if it's 3 and 4, but of Rings of Power, the Lord of the Rings story that everybody's critics love it. Viewers hate it. It's not that bad. Lunsford and I have watched. You haven't finished episode 2, but I think it's really well done. It was $1 billion, so it looks really good.
Who got to hold the staff when y'all were watching it?
We kind of shared it. Okay. It was this is coming from the Game of Thrones guy, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Then
he likes Game of Thrones.
Yeah, of course, because it's more believable.
Is Lunsford's mic open? There you go.
Yeah, I watch them both. I watch everything.
Apple TV, the final season of C, because Lance says Jason Momoa is coming today.
That was my guess. I mean, what's your guess?
I was going to do...
Let's get a guess around the panel.
I'm going to do Kathy Ireland.
Okay.
She was in Necessary Roughness.
I got a great Elle McPherson story from
I love both of them.
Days ago.
Both of them.
I'll tell you all the story in break.
Throw Brooklyn Decker in. You got my Mount. You got my 3-headed Mount Rushmore.
Momoa,
I'll let you guess the 4th head.
Ireland. What do you have?
Go to Brown next.
No, Brown already knows. He's the one that booked this.
He's the one that booked the guest picker later on in the show. I'm going to go.
It's earlier than advertised.
I'm going to go someone local who is famous. I'm going to go Courtney Cox swings by to promote her new Netflix show.
That'd be interesting. Yes.
Lunsford?
King Charles III.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's a little busy right now.
A little busy.
Yeah.
You know, he inherits only $33 billion.
How much?
$33 billion.
You know, with that said, I'm pissed that all these events were canceled across the pond. Why didn't they cancel the Rams-Bills game last night? Let's replay that another day.
Jalen Ramsey thought they did.
Did you see it? Hey, I just saw a perfect quarterback rating 158.3 against him last night.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's what Allen was?
It's almost impossible. Forrester, yours real quick.
I'll go Necessary Roughness 2, Scott Bakula.
New Quantum Leap coming out, right?
That's right.
I
loved Quantum Leap when I was a kid.
Brooks, unfortunately, is not going to be Wimp Sanders.
It is not going to be Wimp, nope.
And the final thing on tonight, 9 p.m. on AMC, a very underrated Denzel Washington movie. I've only seen it once, but it's weird that Mila Kunis shows up, but The Book of Eli.
I thought it was cool. I love Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
Apocalyptic film. It was pretty neat. I didn't think it was great.
I think it was great. It's just underrated. It's just one of those things, but it's always on like TNT or something like that. And that's what's on your viewing menu tonight.
Can I share a funny text with you?
Spencer Pennington from JT.
Yeah, by the way, Rusty, Jalen Ramsey is not trash.
Ooh,
he was last night.
Lucas Black would be good.
Yeah.
I don't want your life.
No, I like that.
Or Luca.
I don't know. Is Luca still walking the earth? I haven't heard from Luca in a while.
My favorite tweet from yesterday. And look, Queen Elizabeth lived a great life, obviously.
She did.
You have to.
Is it Reggie Jackson?
No, it's not Reggie Jackson.
Did you see that one?
No, but Leslie Nielsen saved the Queen's life once.
He did.
You have to respect the consistency of Texas A&M. They have now gone 3 Monarchs without winning a national championship.
That is really good.
Did you guys not see the Reggie Jackson one?
What that Reggie Jackson one is, after LT tells us about the great folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, keeping you in the game. Drink responsibly, and don't forget our new Drinks with Dunaway up on our social media platforms.
Locally owned and operated. The weekend is here. Pick up a bottle of Redmond Vodka. Ask for it by name. Their aim is clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, available in 20 states as well. Pick up a bottle this weekend of Redmond Vodka.
Okay, what is the Reggie Jackson thing?
So going back to the Naked Gun, right? Reggie Jackson tweeted out from his official account yesterday, "Now we all know I was innocent. Amen. R.I.P. Queen Elizabeth."
Wow. A lot in that tweet there, Reggie.
Yeah, Forrester showed us a clip we won't show, but it was on the Today Show, just bad television. And as Brown pointed out...
Oh, it's so bad.
Brown pointed out this was bad if it would have been Boise or Dothan or Hattiesburg television.
Yeah, but it's freaking main ABC.
It's the NBC. I think it's
NBC, excuse me.
It's the Today Show.
It's Today Show, yeah.
And they did a report on the Queen's death, and the graphic goes
Hushed
up.
tones, yes.
Yeah, the Queen has passed away officially, blah, 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 blah. And it cuts to the studio where they've got 100 people cheering But back here in the States, everybody's, hey!
The NFL kicks off this weekend.
The NFL kicks off tonight. The horrible transition.
Awkward.
Horrible transition.
The Queen has passed away.
Yeah, don't you just take it to
Meanwhile,
break?
here in America, it is football night.
Yes, I mean, yeah, Lance, you go right to break. Hush tones. You let it sit for a minute before you go to commercial.
Within that first commercial.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so much you could do. You don't do that, though.
Cody said the Queen was getting roasted on Twitter
Yeah,
yesterday.
but that's unfortunate. I mean, somebody did pass away. I mean, I know it's easy
That's what I'm
punchlines.
saying. Look, I mean, she had a great run.
Great life.
Yeah, 96 years,
Yeah.
but, rest in peace.
Yeah. Wait till our headline's coming up, and we'll see if she survives that.
Damn it. I got to come up with one.
Next segment.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, we're running out of show.
Oh, well, I might have to tap out.
Okay,
no.
we'll go after Playhouse.
South Carolina's playing at Arkansas. Just do it, Lance.
Jackson Dart could be, playing the Trojans for all we know again. We'll go after Rockstar's Playhouse and late in the show. You got time to work on it then?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a lot of guests coming up here. When Samoa's up here, you're going to be able to
Samoa.
What's his name?
Jason Momoa.
He is Samoan.
He is Samoan.
Jason Momoa, the Samoan. When
You're
he's
the
up
one
here,
you're going to want to sit in his lap.
carry me around. What do we say? They got the bots going there. What word do you think it was?
No telling. The show.
Yeah, Jason.
So is it
Samoa.
just one word gets bots going?
I don't think that's legit.
Yeah.
That's Lunsford.
For instance,
Lunsford and Scott know.
Like when I mispronounce.
That's not how it works, yeah.
When I mispronounce TikTok and call it tit-tot, that gets it going usually.
Maybe so.
Yeah, which would be a great business plan. All right, trash is in the next hour, and we'll do something else as well, and then we'll do the headlines as we roll on today. But more of the football going on this weekend. If you think we talk too much gambling, I got a stat for you. You ready? 46.6 million different Americans, unique
individuals.
46.6 million Americans in a survey say they will bet on NFL games this year.
So when you consider, I don't know how many Americans are not legally of age to gamble. Well, I don't know. What's the legal age to gamble? I mean,
it's got to be 18.
I think it's 21.
21?
It got to be 21.
Yeah. So, you cut that much off the population. And then I would say sports gambling, though. I've known some females that like to put down a wager. Yeah. I met one at a party that was one of the best conversations I've ever had. She was fantastic.
And then for people that have religious reasons to not do it or religious reasons not to admit that they are doing
That's right.
That's fine. But you know what bothers me about the 21 is it's complete horseshit that you've got to pay taxes at 16, but you can't legally gamble your money.
No, speaking of money, 36 states, not Alabama, 36 states have legalized sports betting right now. First 7 months of the year before football even gets here, Brown, $50.4 billion have been legally wagered in the United States this year.
Wow.
Legally wagered.
We are missing a huge window, Alabama.
Break
We
that
really
down.
are.
That's almost $1.5 billion per legalized state.
Again, you don't have to do it, but we are losing money. Easy money in this state. Get it legalized.
Top of the hour.
MyBookie.ag code next round.
Yeah, top of the hour. Brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. They'll get you ready to roll, and we'll come back with more football talk after LT tells us about Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. Look, one thing you don't want to do this fall is get on the roof, clean the gutters out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You'd rather be watching football. Imagine you get the dangerous ladder out, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round viewer and listener. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at PantsStore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Headlines coming up after Rockstar's Playhouse in the final hour. Tyler Watts with us at 12 Central. We move to the second half of the show. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and everyone else here at Double Down Media. We move to week 2 of the college football season. And we'll talk more football and take calls here this hour. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. This hour of the show brought to you by the wonderful folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. All right, football weekend's here. You may be heading to a tailgate like going down to Jordan-Hare Stadium to watch the Tigers roll against San Jose State. Why not take the wonderful tailgate food like chicken fingers or great Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken plates, whatever you want to take from Sterling and his crew at Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is champyschicken.com. champyschicken.com. Wonderful food. And Rockstar in concert there tonight, 6 to 8 o'clock, right?
That is correct. We're going to see Jimmy D and Jimmy Sr. I appreciate you guys coming tonight.
No opening band tonight. You go on right at 6?
Nope, no. I got the pyro and everything set up. They have a really big stage set me for you. A lot of smoke and stuff like that. Really excited about that.
Don't walk over the top of it.
I'm not.
Hopefully, I'll get my armband so I can come backstage and see you.
We'll just talk to Sterling.
Okay,
Sterling. I have too much on my plate right now.
Okay, Sterling, save me an armband tonight. ChampiesChicken.com, Highway 119. Great food, and go see Rockstar if you're in the area tonight, 6 to 8 o'clock. Let's pack the place out for Rocky this evening. In your headlines, last night, Buffalo beat America's team, Los Angeles, 31-10 last night. Bills over Rams. They got their rings. I think there is a stat, if you go back and look, that the team who won the Super Bowl that's playing on Thursday night doesn't fare very well, right?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I think they were only the third one.
Okay.
So it's it's the other way, right?
Am I right about that?
There's a trend about
Yeah.
that game. So
Yeah,
usually they do well.
I think the last 10 were 8-2 straight up.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think they were since they started
Yeah,
this.
here we go. Rams became only the second defending champion in the last 10 years to lose the following season opener.
Yeah.
Okay, so just the opposite of what I was saying.
Exactly,
No way
yes.
the Rams should have lost that game
That's
last
right,
night.
yes.
Brown was over on Hey Coach last night with Nick Saban. Coach talked about Cameron Latu coming back into action. He's going to be available to play. Didn't really commit to him playing, but he's going to be available.
But made it sound like if this game were last week, Latu would have played. I think they eased him along, knowing they did not need him against Utah State, and hopeful he would be 100% against Texas.
Yeah, and
or as close to 100% as he can be.
And a lot of events have been canceled after the Queen's death, including all of the Premier League soccer this weekend for you soccer fans out there. Those are your headlines as we get back into the football conversation. Before we bring up Brett, who travels the country in his rig, we are so thankful for every one of you, every one of our viewers and listeners. And a lot of you like Brett. I want you to, yesterday, Brett was on a break driving outside of Eau Claire, Wisconsin when we did our Ask Anything show from Baumhauer's. And so he's out of his truck by law, and he takes a picture of his truck. And I want you, we've zoomed in on the dashboard quickly. And this is the dashboard of Brett's truck right here. Left to right, you can't see the logo on the far left hat, the black one, but that simply says TNR on it. Then there's the red Next Round hat, the black Next Round hat, the original GOAT logo hat, Roll Tide, Alabama hat, the Love You Blue Next Round hat, and then a couple of different Next Round gray hats. He's rolling with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Next Round hats, and then Alabama Crimson Tide hat on his dash as he's driving across America. How awesome is that dashboard there?
I mean, he's got more Next Round hats than I do.
Me too. I think I got 6. He's got 7 in his truck.
Yeah, if I was a state trooper, though, I'd be like, man, this guy has apprehended a softball team. We might need to check the back of this rig.
Let's check the
Just
trailer.
looking for the next round. Honestly.
He's a drinker, man. That bar, the next round, he's always there. Brett is on the road somewhere in America. He joins us now.
You liked your line, Lance?
Oh.
Oh my God! There's 8, Jim. You missed the gray one in the right-hand corner. It's that soft gray one.
Oh, that's right, the limp one.
Wow.
I never noticed that one.
Well, you should.
Don't make a joke, Brett. That's so
Okay.
8 hats, man. We appreciate that so much.
And I've got 4 more in an overhead container.
Wow.
4 more, so 12 total. Well,
Yeah. And, I've got 2 at the house.
well, I hate to tell you this. We've got some new hats in. They're beautiful looking rope hats. I don't know what you call them, but they've got the coolest logo we have out there so far. It's the coolest patch so far, yeah.
I was grounded from shopping for a month.
Oh, boo. No, you shop all you want.
Well,
okay, the next Brownie, I tell you what, I'll bring Chrissy down the next time I'm home.
That's okay.
And you can tell her.
No, it's okay. Yeah,
I'm
you
told
do what she told you.
I'm told by the Grinch that runs our store back there that your 20th hat is free. You buy 19th, he'll give you the 20th one for free.
Well, he already gave me the free one, the blue one on the dash.
Oh, okay.
Don't tell the
Very
secrets.
good. Very good.
Brown, good job last night.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's always fun going and hanging with Chris Stewart. I've known Chris for a long time. Coach Saban. Very kind of them to ask me to do that.
Yep. Lance, I don't know if you checked the comments from Brandon Bourbon, but yes, there are still dry counties in Alabama.
Hey, at one point, Clay County was dry. My wife grew up a little bit down there. I think they just voted to go wet, but it's been dry up until very recently.
I remember being a young kid and hearing my parents talk about, when they were going to vote, wet or dry in different counties. And it just blows me away in 2022. As Americans, we can't decide whether or not we can walk in a convenience store or package store and buy something to drink.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I love our state, but we are so archaic in so many ways.
I mean, still try to go buy a nice beer on the way to the beach on a Sunday.
Yeah,
before noon.
I actually understand the dry laws make more sense than the blue laws to me. The blue law has never made any sense whatsoever to me.
Like you can buy at 12:01, but not at 11:59.
Yeah, and only on Sunday morning because people go to church on Sunday morning. I'm like, I mean, the dry law, at least you're saying, like, I think it's wrong all the time. I don't think it's just wrong on Sunday morning. I mean, it makes the blue laws have never made any sense to me.
But I will tell you the fact, Brett, that there were dry counties, wet counties back in the day made for a great memory with my grandfather because we would drive almost every Saturday, which sounds bad now that I say this as an adult, but we would drive from our house in Salura, and I had to be 5 or 6, up to Jefferson County. We were in Shelby County. Drive up to Jefferson County to Nick's Bar, which isn't there anymore, and he would have a cold beer or two. Right. And we'd watch a sporting event at Nick's Bar, and we'd drive back to Alabaster. And, it was a great memory of my granddad riding up there to watch a little baseball and hang out at Nick's Bar. Shout out Nick.
Well, where I live, Hartselle has finally come into the 21st century 2 years ago and went wet. Morton County's still dry. My first recollection of alcohol was riding in the back of my grandpa's 63 Chevy pickup from Tanner back to Faultville. We were at his brother's house, and he had picked up some apple corn. And when we got to Faultville, me and my cousins were laid out in the back of the truck.
I don't know what apple corn is, but I imagine it is like moonshine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good guess,
All right,
Jim.
Lance, I got two games to ask you, and then I've got a question for the back row for Lunsford.
Okay, shoot.
All right, Army, UTSA.
Yesterday I was asked this by Jeff from Anniston. I lean UTSA. Army's such a tough out, and UTSA exerted so much energy against Houston in that loss. I think the Roadrunners are the better team, but, this is such a skinny number at 2.5. I probably, now that I look more into this game and I'm diving more into these games, kind of like Army.
Yeah, well, I think they're playing at home, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Vandy and Wake, I know the quarterback got cleared for practice for Wake, but I don't think he's going to play.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Sam Hartman being cleared to play, but you have not heard anybody say he's actually playing in this game yet.
Yeah, I think I would stay away from that game. I typically stay away from 11 o'clock games anyway, just because I'm not good at them for whatever reason. That game scares me. If Hartman plays, I don't think Vanderbilt can stop them. Right now, the total is 65.5. I think I would take a look at that over. I mean, it's moved 5 points. So if I was going to play that game, I would play over the 65.5.
All right, cool. Thanks. Lunsford, I got a question for you.
Okay, Lunsford, question for him on the back row. Mike's on. Go ahead.
Go for it.
All right. Help us novice fantasy people understand some of the numbers. Ooh. I understand the points average for, like, a season or whatever.
I don't know. This may be a violation of the rules.
I don't think we do fantasy.
We don't talk fantasy football. No.
Okay.
All
right. Thanks, Brett. Yeah. You could shoot him a question in the chat. That's a great place for that.
Yeah. Our Lunsford could do a fantasy football podcast.
You're the fantasy football guy. You keep winning in DraftKings.
That's true, Jim.
Yeah, you were the guy that geeked out and you threw terminology out that I'd never heard of.
What are you talking about?
The other night.
At the draft?
Yeah.
Well, you asked what a PP something league
PPR,
is.
points per reception.
Yeah, and you just get a point for a catch.
But I asked another thing that you threw something out.
You know what I find very fun on DraftKings that you get in the NFL season are those flash drafts. I really enjoy those. They were back last night.
Yeah, you said you've mentioned that before that that's where you win usually, right?
Well, I have. I mean, I don't know that I've got any sort of win streak, but I've won one of the whole overall number one flash draft.
The one we did with our viewers and listeners last night on DraftKings, I won some money, but I think I finished like 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
We paid out like 5 spots last night. You can go keep following Lunsford, or Lunsford will keep you up to date on when we're running another DraftKings game that can involve all of you guys, too, viewers and listeners. Jump in there.
I think we're going to do college, right? You sent out an NFL, which I don't understand because we've all got NFL teams now. Why are we not doing college instead?
Well, I mean, I've sent out NFL and college. We
Oh,
did
you sent
NFL
both
last
out.
night. We did a showdown. It's just one game.
No, I got that. Yeah,
and
yeah.
then, I've set up a day and night for Saturday and then a Sunday NFL.
Okay, cool.
Basically, what LT's asking Lunsford is why are you not doing better?
No.
Do better,
That's
Lunsford.
not it.
Hey, look at the overall standings. You see where
I talked
am.
to somebody the other day. They said they know somebody that's got 11 different fantasy teams. Like, I would never have two because who do you pull for? Like, I just want to pull for my guys, and that's why it's going to be tough for me to do DraftKings week to week now because I'm going to be pulling for my guys.
Yeah, Elbert says he won last night. Thank you, Elbert, for playing along. JT, I'm sorry I passed you last night, kicking you out of the money. Stay alert. I don't know how Lunsford will let you know. Is it going to burst or something, Lunsford? How do they find out that that we're playing a game at DraftKings?
Well, I just posted all 3 links in our Twitter community, and you can go there and find the links when I get done with them.
Twitter community right there. All right. So when you're on Twitter, like us, follow us, and jump in the community with us. Probably,
those toes.
probably
Just jump in.
Send us cash.
Probably half of that stuff right there was incorrect.
Right.
Part of our show, though, which I always get right, brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Jimmy D, if you need to go get that back straightened out, I've trusted Dr. Lee with my family. You can as well at Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com is the website where you can see everything. They're just off 280 on 119, 981-8090 to make an appointment, 981-8090. They also have that Element Wellness Center, IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, the red light therapy, the holistic nutrition consulting. They've got a holistic health coach that evaluates how all the systems are working together, gets to the root of some of the issues you might be having with your body health. You need to go see Dr. Lee and the staff there at Greystone Chiropractic and the Element Wellness Center right there together. 119, just off of 280, GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090.
And now you were there last night, Brownie, at Hey Coach. Just if you had a feel from the Alabama fan base, and it's a packed house at Baumhauer's when Hey Coach is over in Tuscaloosa, and I know a lot of our viewers or listeners are there. They probably walked up, took pictures with you, said hi to you. When you're talking to the Alabama fans, I would imagine the worry about Texas is very low.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of them that were on their way out there. Headed out. We're excited about going out there. They had never seen Darrell K. Royal Stadium. I was talking to one husband and wife that were at Hey Coach. We're leaving from Hey Coach, and basically we're saying we're going to try to drive as far as we can go. And I said, well, how far do you think we could go? I don't know. That's up to him. And she pointed at the husband. So they were just going to go as far as they could go, sleep, and then head on to Austin. So a lot of excitement about it, but very, very, very confident.
Do you think Saban and Sark have any hard feelings right now?
No, I think Saban very much likes Sark. He speaks highly of him. It wasn't always, I don't think, a positive situation there in Tuscaloosa. I think he very much appreciated what he did on the field. Sark had some personal issues. He's talked about that in Tuscaloosa that I think kind of got in the way of that staff a little bit. But I do think Nick Saban, if you if you just want to go offensive coordinators historically, does he like Sark more than Lane Kiffin? Yes.
Yes.
That would be a yes.
Well, the headline I'm not using for later on.
This is one you're not using?
This is one that did not make my cut this week.
This ended up on the editor's floor.
Alabama beats Texas, and the headline is Saban tells Sark, see you next Tuesday.
Long headline. See, there's innuendo in
Innuendo there.
I got that.
Hard feelings.
Great name for a podcast.
Why are they going? Where are they going next Tuesday?
Yeah. Got to spell it out, Brown.
Oh.
S.
Anyway, we'll do the headlines after Rockstar's Playhouse today.
Don't confuse that one.
No, that's on
Rockstar,
the floor.
Don't confuse that for an actual
I've got two ready to go. I don't think they're great, but we'll go with them.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Do you have yours ready to go, Brown?
I do.
You
caught me mid-drink. I do.
got mine.
Well, then,
Rockstar, you have yours?
I do.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do it then.
Let's do a headline.
It's our headlines today, and
I need a grease board, please.
Oh.
Oh.
It doesn't have it written. Well, you can go last.
Time to write. Yeah. Time to write.
We've
got an open for it. We don't want pre-gemulation. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Premature gemulation.
Yeah. We don't want that. So hit it, Rockstar.
The College Football Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
And let's make this sponsored today by our friends at MyBookie AG.
The old roulette wheel of sponsors. MyBookie.ag wants to remind you right now they are offering that double deposit bonus at MyBookie.ag with the code NEXTROUND. Use that code quick and easy. A $250 deposit puts $500 into your account. You use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you desire. Claim that bonus by going today to MyBookie.ag. Use the code NEXTROUND. Your winning season can begin today exclusively at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget that code for the double deposit bonus next round when going to MyBookie.ag.
Why you have the camera over there, why don't you go ahead and give us yours?
I'm going to go late night game. Late night game, Rockstar. Late night game. What's the new newspaper in Provo? Do you know, Rockstar?
The Provo Times?
No, I don't think that is right. I'm going to Provo newspaper.
I think it's the Provost.
The Provost. And it's the Herald Extra. The Herald Extra. And Provo, Utah. Baptists fall prey to crafty ways of hot cougars.
Oh, my.
It's a temptation.
No, Rockstar, BYU, they're the Cougars.
Oh, okay.
They're a hot team right now.
Okay.
And Baylor's a Baptist school.
Okay,
don't make it dirty. Did you make it dirty?
Well, no, because some older females are referred to as Cougars.
Rockstar, why would you assume that's what I was insinuating?
Well,
I'm just
there
talking about a game where one team is hot and the team that is a Baptist school falls prey to them.
That's my fault.
The Provo Times, there was an editor that battled you on that headline. He wanted... After
Lance's storylines.
after surviving early golden shower, BYU soaks in big victory.
Does it rain at this game?
The golden shower is a new name for this Baylor offense because they got a little gold.
I've not heard that.
Explaining your headlines oddly.
I've not heard that. Yeah. Well, you don't want them to be misunderstood and taken out of context the way you did mine.
Well, they're going to soak in the victory.
That one ended up on the cutting room floor, though.
Yes,
that was not your best one,
not
right?
An actual headline.
Yeah.
Not an actual headline.
Is yours really good?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's good or not.
What were you doing
just
right
came
there?
up with
Were
it.
you blowing it?
Yeah, I was blowing it.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Let's save yours because mine traditionally suck.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Well, you've gotten two today. One of them not an actual
Scott
headline.
voted me the winner last week, right? So
Yeah. Oh,
let's see if I can do it again.
A&M shows their Anais Aggies crack App State.
Shows you're not.
Look how he puts an S in the parentheses.
I see that.
I don't think it's going to be close. I think Texas
Is
A&M.
he the one you called Anus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not his name.
Yeah.
Watch the head. Well, bad look for my anus.
This has got a lot in it, so you guys.
Really? Is this a long one?
Yeah. You
It's
ready?
a headline and a story.
Do you think I'm going to be able to follow it?
Shuck off. Cougars gobble up Red Raiders.
Those that don't know, Tyler Shuck is the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
He's off.
Yeah,
Shuck off.
That's right.
Cougars, Houston.
Yep, he's not there.
Gobble up.
That's right.
The Red Raiders.
Yeah, very
It's in
good.
Sesame Street. You don't have to explain it.
I just wanted to let everybody know.
I
like
actually
that.
have.
Very good.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I
Rockstar's
forgot
in the
Rockstar's
game
got
this
one.
week.
I actually have a copy of mine. I found it, and it's from the Los Angeles Herald. That
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's about the is Stanford playing USC this
They
week?
are.
They
yeah.
are,
That
yes.
game's on the farm now.
I got the paper early.
Oh, did you? Look at Rockstar.
Another Lincoln unamused at final play.
It comes down to the last play of regulation. Huh?
I am more
you
concerned.
took me.
I'm more concerned. Are corn dogs getting smaller?
Yes.
I was trying to look at different.
Okay.
Look at Zippy's warehouse, man. That thing looks rough.
A futon.
Yeah.
Futon
I was
warehouse.
trying to think of different headlines.
Damn,
All
are
right.
corn dogs really getting smaller?
No, I just
Okay,
made
now
that
I
up.
want to do this every week.
Dunaway beat me to it. I couldn't even say. You know, Dunaway is going to want to do this every week.
Yeah,
now.
we need to turn ours in way in advance now so Rockstar can do the pre-production.
Yep. I'll work on mine earlier.
Another Lincoln unamused.
Okay. Did you do that yourself, Rockstar?
I did this morning.
Okay. So what day of the week do you want us to have ours to you so you can do one for
Oh
all
my
of us?
God, I'd love to have it. Please not Friday morning. That's all I ask.
I don't know if you've noticed.
You know it's going to be Friday morning.
Yeah,
but-
Lincoln does not look. He looks bewildered in that picture. What would you have used for Cougars gobble up Red Raiders?
Oh my. I'd have to look at some stuff. I'd have to. There might be some blurred pictures.
You know what,
With
Dunaway?
Lance says there's going to be a lot of blurred pictures.
let me get you ready because I knew Dunaway was going to want to do this. And next Friday he's going to say, "All right, Rockstar, I've got 3."
No.
Yeah.
I've got 3 of them right
No,
now.
I say Wednesday, close of business Wednesday is the deadline.
Okay.
If you want a properly done headline by Rockstar.
Okay.
Wednesday. The emergency breaking news ones by Thursday afternoon.
Okay.
And
Breaking news.
If a monarch dies,
you have to Friday.
I got such a great pun. You got to use it.
That's our headlines today, brought to you in part by the great folks at Dr. B. It's Dr. B.
Wow, my friend Dr. B really wanted to follow that. With age, unfortunately for most, comes hair loss. It started to happen to me this past year. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally. He will use his experience in advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. Tell him the Next Round sent you. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors north of the equator. That's what Greg is, and he'll go up on your roof and make sure your roof is in perfect shape right now. But the best part about Greg is keep his number on standby, his name on standby when you have storm damage, which will happen, and then your life's all chaotic, right? I got a hole in my roof. What do I do? And you're scrambling. That's sometimes when you pick the wrong person. Don't go ahead and plan ahead. Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, a really trustworthy guy. He and his wife own the company, locally owned, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. The insurance companies trust him. They have the best warranties in the world, and he'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. It is Storm Restoration Roofing, or just look up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Out on the 3-shot here. Trash is coming up in a second, but man, we've got a big announcement that we want to do right here, LT, before we get to trash that we're excited about up here at Double Down Media. Why don't you walk us through this?
Okay, so we had this idea.
It looks like Brown's about to engage, ask somebody to marry him, though.
I am.
Two very talented ladies that we've known for a long time. I used to do radio with Kelly Hunter years and years ago before she decided to become domesticated, get married, have a bunch of kids. And then I met Brittany Wagner. How did we meet? Oh, at trivia one night. You came up, me and Rocky were there, and Brittany comes up, and we introduced ourselves, and we invited her in studio when we were at Jocks, and so we've all struck up a friendship with these two, and so we had this idea for a collaboration, because these two are very opinionated, and we are starting a new show next week. Very opinionated, talented, beautiful. Y'all help me out with more adjectives.
Thank you.
Hilarious. Anyway, we have got...
Looks good in open-toed shoes.
Bossy. Yeah.
Bossy.
So look at this. Next Round Cocktails are presenting these two doing a podcast starting next week. Woohoo! And it's going to be called...
Next Round Cocktails.
Yep, Next Round Cocktails.
Cocktail Hour.
Next Round Cocktail Hour.
Why? Yeah. Why? If it works, just go with it.
Next Round Cocktail Hour.
Yeah.
Are you getting...
He's getting a lot of Reed's giving him a lot of messages.
Constellation Brands is behind Next Round Cocktails. Yes. This works hand in hand. They have brought us some Prosecco for you guys to celebrate.
Yeah,
You're going to pop it.
To pop it on the air, which is super scary, everyone.
Lance will be out spinning the sign on 280
later
ready? On this afternoon.
Oh, you did that really well.
Wow. I know, right? I didn't shoot my eye out.
That's true.
That's good. That would have been the first debacle on air.
Yeah, and would have
probably not the last.
And probably the first lawsuit we've ever had.
No, I wouldn't sue.
First lawsuit you've ever had. Come on.
No, so really excited about this. So you guys just tell us, because we're giving you guys creative control. You're professionals. You've been on Last Chance. You've done TV and radio forever. Getting a perspective from two adult females week to week on different topics, I think is going to be fascinating. But just behind the scenes, what are you guys trying to achieve? What are you looking at doing week to week?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Can I come get some of that too?
Absolutely. Come on.
You want one done with?
We've kind of said it's...
Small one for me.
No, I'm good, thank you.
If you're looking, for a theme, it's a blonde and a brunette walk into a bar. And
Bar talk, what we talk about.
Yes, and
our lives.
There's strangely a lot of, and also the point of it is we want it also to be talking about, because we are huge sports fans as well.
Yeah.
So this will be a combination of.
There's no way that we would walk in a bar and sit down and talk and not talk about
Exactly.
sports. So at some point, that's going to come in our bar talk conversation.
Because that is our
Ooh, bar talk. I like
But
that.
it's bar talk. It's
Yeah.
it's if Kelly and I were in a bar at night drinking, what would we be talking about? And that is what we're going to talk about on this podcast.
Oh, I
And
like
we have
it.
two totally different lives.
Yes.
She's married, has 4 kids, has been married for a long time. Used to be
I don't know what
super
used to be
successful.
something.
She's still super successful,
I don't know
but
about
you know, and then I'm the complete opposite of that.
Well, it's y'all's first fight. I'm glad I'm here to watch this.
One drink per second.
You know, I kind of feel like remember on Andy Griffith, the Good Time Girls would show up, and then just everything would go to hell in
Yes.
Mayberry. I kind of feel like that.
We
Where there
did-
probably will be some, y'all, I mean, when y'all come and see the podcast, because it will be airing every
Tuesdays.
Tuesday. Every Tuesday. I feel like we're going to
We're
get called
shooting
into
it
the
right
office.
here.
Yep.
Okay, good.
In your studio.
So not only Next Round cocktails from Constellation Brands, but we also, Brown, explain the flowers.
Well, they're beautiful flowers. Our friends, they like me more than they like Dunaway. Would you say that that's true?
If it's our friends at Blakely's Bouquet, then
They
yes,
will, yes,
they do love
like
you.
me
They
more than
do not
Dunaway.
like me.
And they are always sending us flowers, always up here.
I've never
And-
gotten any.
Except I think these were for us.
Oh, those are for y'all? Oh, okay. Well, they sent flowers for Brittany and Kelly
At least
this
if they
week.
aren't, I'm
Yeah.
claiming them that they
Yeah,
are.
in Homewood, Blakely's Bouquet. They are really awesome people, though. We joke a lot about who they like more, which is obviously me, but they are really fantastic people.
They are right there in Homewood, and they
Yes.
can handle like homecomings coming up, proms, fall formals, all of that. They take care of that. Or if you're just in
Wife's
trouble with
birthday,
the if you're just in trouble with the wife, you got a
Can we
good
just skip
bouquet of
trash
flowers.
today and just talk to them? Is that okay?
I
Like
don't
save
care.
this for Monday? Is that okay?
Yeah.
We'll be your trash.
Yeah.
I'll be your trash.
All right.
Yeah, no, no,
Trash
no.
Today brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, Mortgage Right. Again, they're out there to help you. Times are tough right now, but our friends at Mortgage Right, locally owned and operated. If you're fumbling through today's housing market alone, it's a bad play. That's why you need to team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by getting pre-approved. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home.
So a Florida man, a blonde, and a brunette walk into a bar. That's what most trash stories. Hunter wants to know, is this going to be live or is it going to be a podcast that they can download?
It's a podcast that they can download, but they can also watch it on your YouTube channel.
Because y'all are being kind enough to lend us your platform.
Well, of course.
Yes,
partners.
So we will be here on the next round. So once you have the app, you can obviously come and watch this every Tuesday. It will be there. You can listen, watch.
Yeah.
And we look forward to seeing everybody.
Hey, so is this true? Urea, I think, says never work with cute girls or animals.
What?
What?
Who?
Well, it's on the chat.
It's a
person.
Yeah, it's a person. Yes, it is
I
absolutely
thought you were
person.
It's not a body part.
Doing research or something. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I know what
Never
Ray,
worked
I know what Raya is.
Riot.
Riot.
I do too, but I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Okay.
It's a secret.
Somebody did ask me, will you guys be taking a mailbag? Like, if people want to submit questions, would y'all do a
100%.
segment
Yeah,
on
I
this?
gotta
think
do
eventually
that.
we said that. You
Absolutely.
know,
That's fun.
yeah, because, you know, we're going to let y'all get to know us. We want to get to know the people that are listening. And, I mean, it's really going to be a peek into what's going on.
Our lives, yeah.
Because, as she said,
Multiple personalities of my life.
Yeah. But I mean, I would imagine.
There are multiple.
I would imagine, though, just from listening to it, it would help. Let's say I'm a guy. If
You are, Jim.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
most of the time.
Let's say I'm a single guy,
Yeah,
or if
hypothetically,
I'm a
right.
single guy and I'm trying to learn things about females, I can listen to this podcast. It may help me dating, or maybe help me be a better husband or something, right? You guys can teach me lessons. Like I didn't know Uriah was a body part. You guys are like,
I don't think it is either.
If it's a body part, I don't have it.
Trust me, if it is, Dunaway can't find it.
see, that's the kind of stuff, that's the knowledge I need.
that's why Maggie was working under the sheets the other day.
That's exactly right.
Because Jim didn't know where Uriah was.
That's right.
And
I figured it was somewhere between.
there you go.
Here's the joke: between Uranus and Saturn.
Oh my God.
And
That's why Maggie
Here
has
comes the
welcome to our
pop-ups.
podcast. And there Maggie's. Look at Ryan right now.
So can I have a guest spot every week right there? Yeah.
You are on. It is me, you, and Kelly.
I mean, we can handle all
Oh, wow.
That's fine.
Good.
No, I do like how blunt you guys are, and I think y'all are both at points in your life that I don't want to say you don't care, but you want to be yourselves, and so y'all are going to speak your opinion, and you're not going to shy away from it, which is awesome.
You reach a point in your life, I think, at least most women do, where you are comfortable in your skin. And you have a pretty good idea of who you are.
Yeah.
And you've gained some wisdom. And that's why I put something on Instagram of like, you know, a picture of me back when I was on 3340. I'm like, oh, the things this girl didn't know.
Oh,
Uriah.
So deep. Yes. All my body parts.
I know.
All my body parts.
And there I was then too, talking to you.
I know. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. And again, we both have big personalities, and that's something else I want to talk about. Is how we met through Lance.
We just met
Imagine
like
that.
30 minutes ago.
No, it's funny. I knew. I didn't even go to the lunch with you guys. I just knew there was no reason for me to be there, and y'all were at lunch for like 2 hours, right?
But it's funny because I think if you and I had met otherwise, I don't know that it would have gone as smoothly as it did.
Yeah.
Because I want to talk about this also on really the first podcast is how would we have met and would it have gone well?
Kelly likes submissive.
No,
I'm kidding.
But my part is I hate a party. I am never going to meet someone at a party.
Really?
Because when I go to a party, I find the one person I know, and I stay in there and I talk to that one person.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Kelly on that one. I like to identify somebody I can have a comfortable conversation with and don't have to get to know. Yeah, I'm kind of with Kelly on that. Yeah.
And then when I'm ready to leave, it's an Irish goodbye. You never saw me. You never
That's
saw
right.
me.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, if we had would we be just two gunslingers standing at the opposite end of the?
Probably.
Yeah, that's why I think we really would.
So you like to bounce around parties, is what you're telling me, Brittany. You like meet a lot of
I feel
people?
like I have to.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, depending on the party, but a lot of times I feel the pressure. Like I have to turn it on and walk around and, you know, meet everyone, which is kind of why I'm excited about doing this podcast because I'm turning off the motivational, inspirational, you know, multiple personality.
We get
and
after
I'm
hours, Brittany.
Turning on like the after hours, Brittany. Like that is a side of me. There is a whole nother side that's not quite so inspirational. and motivational.
Well, we got to see a taste of that when we did Last Call with Red Knot Vodka with you.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm both people. I think you can be both, you know, it's work hard, play hard.
Right.
But there is a play hard side to me that is fun and like, I don't, you know, I'm not interested in motivating and inspiring all the time.
But
So
you
this is
guys
gonna
have
be fun.
never been on a platform like we have here at Double Down Media on the next round where you can really be yourselves and you don't have a filter.
No.
I mean, I know you guys aren't going to go over the top. I mean, I really, again, creative control totally on you guys. I know we really don't care, but you guys will push it. You guys will push it.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I can get through 45 minutes without dropping some four-letter words.
Well, if you have never seen Brittany's Last Call with Lance, go do that. It's still available right there on our video platform. And maybe we'll send it out again before the first episode drops of this show. But Kelly, she was very honest with us. Back in your sportscasting days, you were single for a long time in your sportscasting world. Did a coach ever hit on you?
Well, that's again what we're going to talk about because I have
dodging the question.
No, I'm not going to dodge the question at all because I'm kind of saving some of this. Is teasing it.
Yeah.
This is we can't
We
offer.
already have one fan. Jason Collier's going to watch.
All right.
No,
Well,
hey,
there you go.
Charlie Vitella, old
Jason.
school sponsor, really good friend of ours. The show just got much better looking and interesting.
Awesome. Can he sponsor our show?
Yes.
But no, literally,
Anyone interested in sponsoring, please hit us up.
Jeffy asked, is there going to be an episode with Dunaway having a gender-neutral courtroom doll asking where body parts are?
Yes.
Can we do that one?
Sure, let's go.
The whole chapter is, does your wife have a Uriah, and does Dunaway know where it is?
You never know. It's like a tightrope act.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Tail on the donkey.
Do you know what Raya is?
No.
Not your Raya, just Raya.
Don't embarrass me publicly,
it-
okay?
no.
I've liked you since you signed your book for me.
I thought you weren't supposed to speak publicly about this.
I'm not. Are you getting on to me?
No,
Yeah,
I'm just.
that's what they
I'm
sounded
trying to
like,
help you
yeah.
out.
Like they're watching Brittany Wagner in Alabama and what I'm saying.
Hey, I hope they are.
I don't think the Raya gods care about me.
Let's talk about Raya. Raya's pretty awesome.
It's eyes wide shut kind of
Is
stuff.
it?
Okay?
I don't know. Raya is a celebrity dating app.
Oh, wow.
You can only
Wow.
be a celebrity. I'm using that term very loosely because I got accepted
I
into
know
it,
3
so-
people on Raya now.
Do you?
Yep. I know 3 people.
Who are the
other
Say
two?
who it is.
No, I know one
I don't think
because
you're supposed to say.
Brittany told me. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe Brittany didn't. Maybe it was
Oh,
somebody
gosh.
else.
Yeah, you're not supposed to like
Yeah,
put it
I mean,
out.
I don't
and
know anybody
say
that's on
that
that
Damn show for 10
people are
minutes.
on
You've already gotten kicked out.
I know.
Anyway,
Have you made a
it's a
connection?
celebrity dating app.
Have you made a connection?
Everybody's in New York and LA. How do you make a connection?
Yeah, people are in LA, New York, all over the world, and they're like, it's really humbling because you get on there and you're scrolling through the most beautiful people I've ever seen in my entire life, and every single picture, it's like they're loading their private jet, or they're on their private yacht, or they're in Capri, Italy for the weekend, and I'm like, well, I'm in Birmingham. I'm in the back porch. Yeah. Like what? And so no one is like yes to the girl from Mississippi that lives in Birmingham.
I've got a feeling that this show,
Power of yet.
you are going to find the love of your life based on this show that you two are going to do.
Let's document that.
Yes, that's quite the prediction.
I'm speechless. Like Lance, it's been 10 years. This show
10 years since what?
That I've been without single.
Well, you're
divorced.
super selective. Just because a guy picks you up with his tank's on empty and he has to get an energy drink to get through the date.
Not just anybody.
Super selective.
Am I super selective?
No, Brittany.
You
I think
should
you.
be.
Yes. Well, I think you should be. Yeah, I think Kelly's right. Well, I mean, you're too good just to go with anyone.
You know I will
If
be
you have
honest
to
with
drink
you,
an
too.
energy drink to get through a date with me,
No,
we
I
have
can
an
imagine that.
issue.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
You and I have common friends. I will be super selective. I will tell you he's a douche on the first date.
Yeah.
I have
I think
done
Kelly
it
will
before.
definitely do that.
She
It was
will.
proven
She
true.
will.
So yeah, I will. Maybe I accidentally tell you, and I didn't know it was a group chat. But hey, I will tell you.
Because
If
I
I
think
think the
Kelly's
guy's a
got a
douche.
mutual friend, or y'all have a mutual friend, and I think Kelly tells her a lot.
Yeah, well, she dates a lot of douches.
I can't wait.
There we
Again,
go.
this is going to be.
You know what Raya is,
Thank you,
Jim.
thank
That's
you,
right,
Next Round
Jim.
Cocktails, for agreeing to sponsor us.
Yes,
We will be.
Yeah, Constellation Brands, the Ruffino Prosecco that we're all drinking here. They've got a lot of great stuff out there, including these.
Those are amazing.
They really are. And again, this is almost 15% ABV, the margarita, the sangria. Will you guys be drinking these on the show, or are you going something else?
Absolutely.
I've had the margarita, and the great thing about that is, especially for tailgating, like it's right there. You don't have any, just maybe some ice, and pour it in a glass. You don't even need ice.
I'll
But
drink whatever they bring up here and say.
it is one-stop shopping.
And Blakeney's, again, we appreciate
That's
everything
right.
they do.
Ladies'
Yes.
Bouquets right there in Homewood. They're phenomenal people.
Fantastic. Brown, tell us more about NASCAR as we head to break here, man.
877-GO-TO-DAGA is the number you call for Talladega Super Speedway. It is the Yellowwood 500 weekend. Starts Friday, September 30th. Goes through Sunday, October 2nd. Get your tickets. Reserve your garage passes, your campground, your infield tickets, all that at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Kelly Hunter, Brittany Wagner in studio with us. We continue on our football talk. Tyler Watts at the top of the hour and a lot more, including Rockstars Playhouse. This is a Friday edition of the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for somebody, some place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a great place to check out. Offers so much, great price point, wonderful class environment, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio, wonderful athletics, NCAA Division II scholarship sports, fully funded right there, a great athletic department, great on campus, great price point, great education. Find it all out. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. This hour of the show also brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken as we get ready for another football weekend. You know, you guys seemed a little surprised when I brought up, but I know we've talked about it before. You guys have told me about it, that Matt Campbell has never beaten Iowa.
I was surprised by that, yeah.
They go at 3 o'clock on the Big Ten Network, where Iowa, despite
having to win a game with a field goal and 2 safeties, is about a 3.5-point favorite in that game as Iowa State comes to town. A total after Brock Purdy and all those, Breece Hall, all those guys were there for 5 years, it seemed like, at Iowa State. It's a whole new look for Matt Campbell. He's never beaten Iowa. Is this the weekend he gets it?
I mean, could. Based on the offense that we didn't see from Iowa last week, Spencer Petras is just not really a good quarterback. And they hadn't had an efficient quarterback since C.J. Beathard. I like Iowa in this game, at least early lean. I don't know if you're feeling Iowa State breaks through and gets the first one, but I like Iowa in this game.
Yeah, you do?
I think Iowa's defense too good.
I really was impressed by the Iowa State running game. I know it was against a lesser opponent last week, but they come at you with a fleet of running backs.
What Iowa did was against a lesser opponent, so I really don't even know how to – I mean, it's a good lesser opponent, but still, I mean, you're playing South Dakota State and can't get the ball in the end zone. I mean, Iowa State's defense, I'm going to say, is better than South Dakota State's, Lance.
Yes.
I'm going to roll the dice.
Not out on a limb with that.
Yeah, and say that's a better defense you're about to face, and you couldn't score last week.
I'm looking forward to Texas A&M being a rivalry game again, them actually playing each other, because they have an interesting rivalry. Forrester, if you can pull up, he's a meteorologist. I don't even know what town he's in, Avery Tomasco. But a local meteorologist, he took the opportunity as a Texas A&M fan to do a forecast for the game in Austin. We'll take a look at his social media post here. He put up a flash flood warning for DKR with crying tears of Michael Jordan.
The crying Jordan.
Texas versus Alabama. And in his tweet that he sent out and in his weathercast for the Storm Tracker there, CBS in Austin, he's with the CBS in Austin, and he did this?
Wow, that's bold now.
Wow. His tweet was about
tears and sweat.
Tears and sweat stacking up. And
did you see by 3 o'clock what the temp's going to be?
Yeah, 98. The game will be over with about 2:30. Nick Saban addressed the Heat last night. He says it's pretty much what they practice in.
He said that this is amazing, just the detail college football has now. He said their average outside practice temperature has been 93 degrees. They're tracking that.
Oh, well, I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not surprised either that it's 93. You're surprised they're even tracking it?
No, I'm not surprised they're tracking it.
I mean, he had that number. He's like, it's going to be hot. Somebody, I think a caller asked him about it. He goes, yeah, it's going to be hot. And he gave 2 answers. First of all, the average outdoor practice temperature has been 93 in fall camp. And then he documented how many of the players have the wrong color urine.
No, exactly right.
I think it was only 7 that had bad urine.
I thought it was 12.
Okay, maybe it was 12.
Yeah, I thought it was 12.
But that want to see mine on Sunday.
No, but that was the number, and I don't know if he's actually looking at urine. They test it different ways now. I don't think they walk in and check your pee.
Yeah.
They have different ways of doing it in the $16 million health and science building they have over there. But he said we've got 12 guys who are not green, full go in the hydration department as of practice today. So he gets that printout every day as well.
That's right, yep. So he knew the bad urine guys.
Yeah.
Bobby says, Jim, that game will not be over around 2:30. That game will be over around 12:30.
I don't know, man. Texas has been waiting on this game. We'll see.
I
mean, do you think it's over the number? It wouldn't surprise me if Texas plays this inside the number.
80% of the money's on Alabama, but I know why. I mean, I think they're going to be that good this year, and I just don't think Texas is there yet. I think Texas's defense is going to be the big problem.
Yeah, it's a chance to show this team's grown up a little bit. I mean, Jordan Hare last year, lucky to get away with a win. Swamp last year, lucky really to get away with a win.
Yeah. No, you're right.
So the road has not been kind. They lost at Texas A&M. We'll see how they handle the road trip in Austin tomorrow. When we come back, we'll talk to Tyler Watts about that. He's up in studio with us next. The show this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check them out. And also by our friends at NASCAR, Brownie. They're driving us to Talladega.
877-GO-TO-DAGA is where you go find out about all the infield spots, the garage tour, all those things, and like the college program. $25 gets you a Sunday ticket, free entry into the Saturday night infield concert with Chase Rice, a free camping, parking, and tailgating zone in the Geico North Park, and you can bring your own self-sided cooler. See all of that if you're a college student, or if you just want to buy tickets and see more, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Now at 205-734-0923.
Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the next round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, scam tracker, get a quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We roll into the final hour of the show. Rockstar's Playhouse coming up in the next segment. But right here, we talk a little Alabama football, a little college football with former Alabama quarterback Tyler Watts. He's in studio with us, and it's brought to you by the Watts Insurance Agency, the Watts Agency. Your independent insurance provider. Tyler, welcome back in studio, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank y'all for having me back. I tell you what, it's kind of been on my mind watching these interviews this week. I think that the four of us could do interviews for all the Alabama football players because they're so vanilla and just boring.
The questions are the players.
The players.
Okay.
It's just like, hey, I'm an absolute reflection of my coach. It's all about respect for the opponent. We just try to be the best. We just focus on this. We don't worry about that. How cool, though, would it be for
My gosh.
It's okay. Hold on.
Hang on, Tyler.
We've lost your microphone.
Yeah, hang on. What happened there?
Yeah.
I'll go look at it.
Well, I don't know. Why don't you jump on his
That's
microphone?
what we call white noise right there.
Yeah, just switch it up here.
Don't lose your train of thought because you're on something right now.
We'll start over. Tyler Watts here. I'm about to burst his bubble because I'm old enough where I covered Tyler back in his playing days, and you were boring as hell to do an interview with.
Well, I'm sure that I was.
Yeah.
What 15-year-old knows what to say, though, right?
It was you in college, too, because you guys are always buttoned up at Alabama. You never say anything. I mean, that's why everybody went to, back in the day, I know he's way before you, but that's why everybody went to Roger Schultz, because he was going to give you something, or Roman Harper was going to give you something.
Right, and that's along the lines of what I want to say. How cool would it be for this football team, with this defense and the talent that they have, to be coached by Steve Spurrier?
Oh, that would be fantastic.
The filter was off. We're going to tell you exactly what we think. I mean, I guarantee you, Dallas Turner and Will Anderson would be like, I'm going to be disappointed if I don't have 8 sacks at the end of this game.
You know, here's the problem with today's society. I think these kids are much more media savvy than you guys were, just because they're used to microphones being in front of them, social media, whatever it is. But the problem is, you say one thing wrong in today's society, it's out there forever.
Yeah. And now they're losing not future earnings. They could
And
lose.
they've seen it.
They
They've
could lose
seen that happen.
$500,000 right now.
Yeah, that's a little more than going down to Checkers and being able to buy a hamburger.
I agree with you, man. I think it is so refreshing to see people really open up.
Well, let me ask you this also, though, in all honesty. Do you feel that these kids are better friends with one another, the opponents, than maybe – I never liked anybody I played against. I had no feelings for them whatsoever. But they're so intertwined on social media and things.
But they are. But also, this is so different than when you played, and even way back when I was a kid watching sports. So many of the players that are playing are not from Alabama or surrounding areas now, right? Like you have Bryce Young, who's such good friends with Jermaine Burton that Jermaine Burton can lead the national championship team and come and play with Bryce Young, and both of them really connect because they're both from California guys. They know each other from out there. You know what I mean? So you have so much of that.
That's a good point. But back to what I think your point was, like watching Monday Night Clemson after they wrapped up a 41-10 win over Georgia Tech. One of Georgia Tech's, I think, linebackers or safeties was in the middle of Clemson guys hugging. They were bumping fists, laughing. And
Clemson
I'm like,
transfer guy.
You just got your ass whipped by 31 points, and you guys are hanging out. I don't get that.
I don't get it either.
Yeah.
It's very
I said hey to
NFL-like.
Casey Clausen just out of pure respect, and that was about as far as that went. Didn't even know the guy, but I did not like him at all, probably because he beat our brains in every year.
Yeah, but it's very NFL-like because after an NFL game, you see they go out there and the quarterbacks always shake hands. You see them talking to each
Jersey
other,
exchange.
hanging out, all that. That's what it's becoming in college. Sure. And I don't know if it's because we see that so much in the NFL now and they just think that's the way it's supposed to happen. But I think most of the fans, sometimes they feel like they care more about it than the players do sometimes, which I know is not true.
I don't know.
I know it's not true.
All right, that was my
Okay,
thought.
so let me ask you this. A big game, obviously, going to Texas, at least big game on the surface, great helmet game.
Sure.
I think we all know the outcome. Alabama's going to win this game, whether they win by 30 or they win by 3, they're going to win this game. I'm sure Nick Saban loves that rat poison. But was there ever a venue, because I remember going to watch you guys play in Oklahoma, and that was an awesome place with a lot of history. But was there ever a venue that you really wanted to play in you never got to play in?
That I never did get to play in? Man, I would have loved to have played at Notre Dame, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to play there? Maybe Michigan, somewhere up. Ohio State, I remember watching them on TV, but then that never did really intrigue me. And it's a cool stadium.
Yeah.
I've been to it.
Yeah.
But I think every football player wants to play in those two venues just because of, kind of what we see on TV and everything.
Yeah, Rose Bowl always, because
well, I played in the Rose Bowl. I would have said that, but we'd opened up with UCLA out there one year, and we played in the Rose Bowl.
Didn't you think that was cool?
It was a neat and neat stadium. It was cool to see the mountains and everything.
They just don't have fans.
No, it was
a lot of Alabama
sad.
fans.
Yeah, it was sad.
A lot of Alabama
in fact,
fans.
we're playing Texas in the national champ. Alabama's playing Texas in the national championship game, and we go out there and there's a bunch of UCLA students out there tailgating. We're like playing cornhole or whatever they're doing. We're like, hey, y'all here to watch the game? They're like, we don't even know who's playing, man. We just showed up. I mean, how does that happen?
Yeah.
That's L.A. Sorry.
It really is.
Throwing shade on
No,
it.
yeah, I've only gone to one USC game at the Coliseum, and I was blown away. That's all they did, fireball and cornhole, and didn't give a rat's ass about the game.
Much more with Tyler as we roll on, but tell us about the Watts Agency and why it's a great opportunity to right now switch or become a new client of the Watts Agency.
So we keep talking about it, with inflation continuing to rise everywhere, it's affecting pricing and insurance costs as well, whether it be on your business, your personal auto or home. And it's a great opportunity to go ahead and double check those rates, make sure that you're getting the best deal possible as well as the best coverages, because we always talk about people. We're going to save you in one of two ways, either at the time of the transaction or at the time of the claim. And so many people are not properly covered that come claim time, they're paying out of pocket, and that can be much more expensive than the front end premium. So we'd love an opportunity to talk to you. 205-664-4444. If it goes on your keychain, we can insure it.
Oh, I like that. Now listen, let me ask you. To me, it seems like a lot of people are oftentimes scared of insurance, right? And then when they need a claim, it's good to have a friendly face, a friendly voice,
sure,
right?
Absolutely. And you want to have somebody that you can talk to, not somebody in a cubicle sitting in a home office somewhere where you're talking to somebody different. You need to be able to build personal relationships. One thing lacking in this world today is those personal relationships, and that's what we offer. We're full service, handle the claim, handle the billing payments, handle the transactions. We do it all. And having that friendly face, I think, is still important.
And you actually work.
I do work every day.
Yeah.
Hey, so I've asked this question multiple times, so I might as well ask it to you because you're a former Alabama quarterback. But, the one knock, wasn't a knock on Nick Saban, is he had good quarterbacks, not great quarterbacks. He had great pieces all around the quarterbacks. From JP to McElroy. A.J. McCarron was really decorated, but wasn't next level what we've seen with Tua 2 years. The 1 year, and I guess Jalen Hurts for a little bit. The 1 year with Mac Jones and now Bryce Young, what we saw last year, what we saw game one against Utah State, I asked this, I think, to Tom Luganbill. I mean, can you get better than Bryce Young? I didn't think you could get better than Mac Jones' season, and then we see Bryce Young. I don't know if you can have a better quarterback ever come into this program than Bryce Young.
Well, I'm sure there'll be somebody better at some point one day for a couple of different reasons. The game continues to change. We can't forget that now. 20, 30 years ago, if you were a quarterback and you had a completion percentage above 55, 60%, you were elite. You really were because of the way that the game was structured and the rules and things like that. So they continue to benefit the offense, and I think those numbers are going to continue to increase. Now, he's a tremendous talent, but there's always going to be somebody that's up and coming that will be able to fill those shoes. It might not be next year, but maybe 10 years from now.
But does he have a weakness?
We can't run over people.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not Josh Allen.
But see, I've got a witness. A weakness here that Nick Saban mentioned it last night. When you've ever listened to Hey Coach, Pee Wee calls in, he asks a question. He was talking offensive lines with Coach, and Coach mentioned he didn't call Bryce by name, but it's a quarterback, usually a quarterback situation here. He said, listen, some of the pressure that we got early in the game wasn't necessarily the offensive line's fault. We were not in the right scheme, the right blocking pattern, and that's a quarterback call and oftentimes a center call too, right?
Yeah, if it's given to the quarterback.
Yeah, explain that to us.
If those pre-snap adjustments where you survey the defense, you find out how they're alignment, where the pressure's coming from. You have to make sure that your line is appropriately sliding to the one side or picking up man on the backside, or what the protection is. The quarterback's going to have somebody. Maybe the running back has somebody. And so quarterback in a lot of situations will have the ability, if he's schooled up on this, to make adjustments at the line of scrimmage to appropriately put those linemen go into the right direction, because they can always bring one more than you can block to one side, and at that point it does fall on the quarterback's shoulders.
Yeah, so he's got to help design the protection a little bit.
He's got to block somebody.
And so Coach made it sound like some of that wasn't everybody wants to criticize the offensive line. Sometimes it's the quarterback not doing his job to communicate where it needs to go. And then, we saw it all last year, some pressure issues. So I wonder if he can get better at that.
Yeah, always. And one thing we did see a lot last year, especially with the RPO, was him always wanting to throw the ball. And you kind of saw the same thing with Tagovailoa. And I think at some point, especially after Texas A&M, depending on where you are on the field, it was like, hey, down a distance, know where you are, run the ball. The pass ought to be taken out of this, because we have the numbers in here to pick up 3 or 4 yards that we need to, or we're inside the red zone. We go ahead and squeeze it across the end line.
Yeah.
I know you're very involved with your family, and time is important. Did you ever think about coaching? And, I'm watching Ken Dorsey last night call a really good game for the Buffalo Bills. And, alleviating or negating the pass rush from the Rams, just throwing quick outs, and really had a nice game plan. And on the other side, Leslie Frazier had a really good game plan for the defense for Buffalo. But quarterbacks, for whatever reason, just because you guys view the field differently, quarterbacks seem to be really good offensive coordinators.
Well, don't you think that's a lot like what Saban says, where he likes to promote DBs as D coordinators, because they're seeing the big picture of what's going on at every single level, and quarterbacks tend to know that as well. You know where your weaknesses are. You have to know the responsibility and the abilities of all your different players across the board. So, yeah, I can see how that. I never wanted to be a coach other than youth football.
Just because of the grind?
It's a grind. I mean, I tell people all the time, we would be in 2-a-days in August. It'd be 100 degrees outside, and we'd practice at 7 in the morning, and we'd still be up there at 10:30 at night watching the day's practice going over tomorrow. And all I could think of is, exhausted as I am, these coaches are going to be up here for another hour or two preparing tomorrow's practice.
Yeah, and you might have a girlfriend, but they've got a wife, they've got kids.
And it wasn't always where that was a good situation. Yeah. You would go visit them at their house, and their 10-year-old son was like, I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah. Tyler Watt's with us. Watt's agency, Greg, Storm Restoration Roofing, says, I've dealt with some of Tyler's customers, and they love his agency. He takes care of the customers a lot. Do not do that. That's Greg telling you from the other end of it how well your agency works for the customer.
Yeah, it's awesome. And a lot of times people think that we're always at odds with roofers. We're not. We work hand in hand with roofers all the time. People will call us up and they're like, hey, what should I do? And I say, first thing you do, you call somebody like Greg, get them to come out there, survey it, find out what the damage is and if we need to pursue this.
Yeah, and you can see Tyler here as an insurance guy. His first answer isn't no, and that's what always scares me about insurance people is you always think you're going to call up, and the first thing no, we can't do that.
As long as it's not a FICA tree. Remember that commercial?
Yeah.
As long as it ain't a FICA tree, we're good.
Yes is the answer you get from the Watts agency. Check them out, and he'll tell you more about them in just a second. So Alabama's going to play Texas here. It's one of those great, at least for this year, out-of-conference game, 2 big, great helmets that you love to see this kind of matchup. The road games, you did one at Oklahoma. Did you like those big out-of-conference games, those iconic showdowns? Forget the outcome, just to play in those kind of games.
I think that most players at that level, they love playing on the road because you don't have the distractions of your family and everything coming in and all the hoopla going on, not worried about what you're going to do after the ball game. It's just a focus of that football team looking at itself, going, hey, this is all we got here. We're dependent on one another. And I think that can benefit you a lot of times. I really do. What you said, though, I did want to talk about this as well because I'm wondering if this is going on in the Texas film room during the course of this week. There were 2 games specifically that I remember being a part of. In 1998, we played Florida. And I remember the line coach coming up to all the quarterbacks prior to the game and going, hey, you guys, if we're in this formation and they give us this look, man, just do something quick because we can't block it.
Yeah.
And I remember all of us going, oh, wow, what confidence we have now in our game plan.
Wait, the coach just told us we can't block it?
We can't block this, so just good luck out there.
Javon Curse, though,
and it was Javon Curse.
Yeah.
That's exactly
He
who
was
it
unblockable.
And guess what? We got that look. And that can be kind of disheartening. So I've been in those film rooms where when your coordinator says, hey, guys, you're going against a really fast, we can't do this, we can't do that. And we did it versus Oklahoma. We were kind of an option run, attack the edges team. And they didn't feel we could do that versus them because of the speed that they had on that defensive unit. And when you hear that, that doesn't instill a lot of confidence. So I'm just curious over there right now if they're hearing, hey, get rid of the ball quick. Because when you do that to a quarterback, he has an internal clock anyway. And when you try to speed that up and he's conscious of that, man, that throws his game off.
Well, look, you were a guy that dominated at Pelham. And then when you take that next step to SEC, the game really speeds up. And then obviously when you take a step to the NFL, it really speeds up. You know, we talk about Quinn Ewers, the starting quarterback for Texas. He's played in one game since his junior year in high school, and that was last week against Louisiana Monroe. So now he plays against this Alabama defense that you can make an argument could ultimately be Saban's best defense since 2011. And just the transition from you going from high school to the SEC back then, this Alabama defense, I mean, how difficult is this going to be on this young quarterback that's only played in one collegiate game?
The time to make that decision is extremely important. And if you're not comfortable in it, then you're really going to struggle. You really are. The winters are going to be tight, and as you just mentioned, at every level. I remember when I was with the Titans for a very short period of time, I never saw an open receiver. Nobody was open, yet everyone on the field thought that they were open. You were supposed to throw them open. So it was just a completely different type of deal, and he's going to see that kind of difference from last week to this week. Now, I think he's talented. I mean, what do you have, 10 straight completions last week? And I don't care at what level or who you're playing
That's
against.
exactly
That's
right.
impressive.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Even if you're running shells in practice.
I think he's good at delivering an accurate ball. But when you start speeding up that internal clock, it can really throw things up. And Sarkisian loves to push the ball down the field, but he knows he's not going to be able to do that. So that takes away a whole part of your offensive attack.
Because of time, right? You can't push it down the
and
field.
he wasn't very good throwing the ball deep anyway.
JT, let's clear something up here. JT says, how often does a quarterback call offensive line protection? I thought it was the center that typically does that, or that's what he says. Is it them working together? Center calls it, a quarterback calls it?
They're one and the same on a football field, and it all comes down to your offensive philosophy of what you're wanting to put on whom. But a quarterback should know what the offensive line is doing because he's always responsible for a fourth man somewhere or fifth man.
And you identify.
And let me tell you something. As much as we love to say it, there's a lot of guys on that field. They don't always know what to do. So you better have somebody kind of reminding them.
You identify the mic, right? Is that the first thing you do?
If you're counting from Mike, sure.
Yeah. And when everybody's standing up and nobody's down in a down position, like we saw Utah State do a little bit last week.
We talked about that on the broadcast. It can kind of mess up your numbers. Southern Mississippi used to do that in the late 90s, where they were just all over the place. And at the snap of the ball, they would start stunting and going everywhere. And the way we attacked it, we just got up there and went and basically zone blocked everything. But it can create issues and problems if you are counting people off in your protections, unless you're getting rid of the ball quick. And that is one difference now in college football than what used to be, is plays typically don't take 3 and 4 and 5 seconds to develop anymore. They're quick. They're getting rid of the ball under 2 seconds. And it's tough for a defensive guy to get to you.
So every Friday we have Henry To'oto'o on, and I was asking him about this heat because he's a California kid. What's the hottest game you've ever played in? He pointed to the Swamp. You brought the Swamp up earlier. It's going to be touching 100 degrees at some point tomorrow.
On turf.
Yeah, on turf. It probably higher.
Yeah.
Did you hate playing in the heat, and what was the hottest place you ever played?
We didn't mind because it was so daggum hot in Tuscaloosa. But I think that's a good point also. I don't know what y'all – I mean, I know we all live in an air-conditioned world, but to me this is the mildest August I ever remember in my life.
Yeah, exactly.
July was brutal.
Yeah, August usually feels hotter than July usually,
but
right?
This August was cool. It was 10 degrees cooler than I've ever experienced in my life, and I'm curious if that does have a slight impact on these players. But I think that Alabama has the numbers. I think they have the depth to be able to rotate those guys in. Yeah. And if they're able to get off the field, it doesn't matter.
Do you, just watching Utah State last week, do you think there's a breakout player this week? I mean, you know, the receptions were balanced. 11 different players caught a pass, but, you know, from Kobe Prentice, what he was able to do as a true freshman. Jermaine Burton looked like the early go-to guy. Trayshawn Holden. Gibbs didn't get as many touches as some thought. Didn't need to against Utah State. But do you think somebody has a monster game tomorrow outside of Bryce Young?
I think that he's going to rely heavily on Burton in a lot of these deeper situations. I think they had a couple of shots last week that they just missed on with some underthrown balls. I think that they can, you know, kind of clean that up a little bit this week and really capitalize on that, which typically will open up everything else. But to your point, I think that they have 4 legitimate threats that they feel very comfortable in.
Yeah, I like the way they looked this past week. Tyler Watts with us every Friday, breaking down what we saw with the Tide and looking ahead. As we move along, we'll talk more college football with him, not just about Alabama. Love to talk insurance with him as well. A trustworthy face. Look at that face. And not just a face a mother can love. Anybody could love that face right there. Tyler
Stewardess,
Watts.
right?
Yeah.
Flight attendants back in the day.
He's happily married now, though. Watts Agency. Tell us about the Watts Agency.
205-664-4444. We're standing by right now. Would love an opportunity. If it's on your keychain and you can open it, turn it on, start it, we insure it, and would love a chance to talk to you.
Yeah, the one and only Tyler Watts. Much more to go as we continue on today. In fact, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. If you're looking for a great polo like Tyler has on to wear to the game, or maybe a T-shirt or something for your wife or your daughter or something, the Pants Store, they can deliver it for you right there. Great locations all over the state of Alabama. 5 wonderful locations here in the state open, and new ones coming to Hoover and also right there to Auburn, Alabama. But right now, locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and also online at pantstore.com, pantstore.com, and follow them on social media. We're back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Back with you on the next round. And today is the day that we make the 2022 debut of Rockstar's Playhouse. And we're excited to tell you that Rockstar's Playhouse is sponsored all season long by the one and only Greg from Pell City, who wants to make sure that the roof over your house and your playhouse is a perfect roof. And that's what Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing will do for you. A respected roofing contractor in the South. He has been a guy that we've been friends with a long, long time. He loves the Rockstar Playhouse, so he wanted to be a part of it too. It is easy to see why he is so successful. Locally owned, he and his wife own the company. They've been locally owned. Storm Restoration Roofing has for over 20 years. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. And Greg will promise you a quality job right there. He loves to jump on top of that roof and inspect it for you. He'll do it for free, a free no-cost inspection and no obligation. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's his phone number, 205-542-3531. If you ever forget that number, hit me up on social media. I'll pass it along to you. Save that number when you have storm damage, 205-542-3531. Or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. Let's hit the open. It is time for Rockstar's Playhouse.
Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
Let's have some fun. Oh, that sounds swell. Hey. Do you have any idea who I am?
I think I was trying to remember the character. It was a mix between Rocky Balboa and somebody.
It's Andrew Dice Clay.
My name, I'm the ultimate hybrid. My name is Andrew Dice Clay Travis. We got fused together, the perfect person. And you see, I got the jacket, I got the beard, but what you can't see is that I got duck heads and I got sandals on too. For the kids out there, Dice was a very famous comedian in the late 80s. I sold out the Garden. Let's do some nursery rhymes, shall we?
All right.
Please.
Always
Hickory
good.
tickory.
Yeah, what rhymes
It's
with clock?
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Dice Clay Travis is so good looking, yet won't do a Zoom call. Oh! See, I was over there. Now I'm over here. I was over there. Now I'm over here. Hey. For the ladies out there, Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. No one out debates Dice Clay Travis on politics. That's hot as hell in his jacket. Yeah.
I bet it is. Yeah.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack was broke, and Jill passed Dice Clay Travis. Now she's got a lovely daughter. Everybody feeling all right?
Yeah.
Did you notice I'm here now? I'm here now.
Yes.
I was over there. I'm here now. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating a Christmas pie. Since August of this year, no one has ever trusted the FBI. Hey, what are you laughing about? How much you got in your bank, buddy? How much you got in your vault? Hey, diddle, diddle, the cat and the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon. Dice Clay Travis laughed to see such a sign that my bank account looks like Scrooge McDuck cartoon. Finally, there was an old woman who lived in a shoe. Dice Clay Travis made over $250 million last year. Hey, how about you?
That's incredible.
Dice Clay Travis.
Gotta send that to Clay.
Freaking amazing.
Yeah. That'll fuel the ego tremendously. Dice Clay Travis.
You gotta stop.
Rockstar.
That is the Rockstar Playhouse, brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Check him out online on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. It's that easy. You can call him up. It's his cell phone, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, Storm Restoration Roofing. Keep that roof protected, even in Rockstar's Playhouse.
Will Andrew Dice Clay Travis come back like Gary the Gator sometimes? That's not a one and done, is it?
He might.
All right.
He might.
Yeah, it's so good.
You only have so many nursery rhymes.
I
think
know.
That's why
I know.
Actual Dice kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah, he really did. Once that played out, yeah. What else can I rhyme with?
Fantastic. We'll make sure Clay sees that. Quick break here. When we come back, we'll get back into the college football. We'll finish the show with our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. We'll keep rolling through that. You can, if you got any games you're concerned about, you want to make a pick or something, go over there. Remember, the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 is open right now at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. And the show being brought to you in part by our friends at johnstonrvcenter.com.
You can see America Jimmy D with Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com. Right now, you go check out their closing out the 2022s, making room for the 23s, so you can get a great deal there. How about the travel trailers starting as low as $139 a month? Great selection of fifth wheels, $329 a month. All that with 10% down and approved credit. It includes the luxurious Arctic Wolf 261 RK. You can find more at johnstonrvcenter.com or I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser,
and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Got a question for LT from the chat room in just a second as we roll back in, but our sound of the day brought to you by our friends with our new tequila sponsor, our friends from Dobel, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of the extra añejo, and the reposado, all right there. Those tequilas aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel. It's the perfect tequila for sipping or for mixing. Here's Steve Sarkisian on the philosophy of playing a team that on paper is better than you.
Bowling's a great coach, dear friend of mine. So it's always fun to compete against friends. You know, I mean, it's like going to in the backyard and playing horse or playing one-on-one or shooting pool, whatever it is. And Petey's a great competitor. You know, you couple that with Coach Saban, and they've got some really good minds on the defensive side of the ball. I think one thing that we have to be careful not doing is overanalyzing and overthinking it too much. It's kind of like being a pitcher, man. Sometimes you got to throw your best pitch and not throw your fourth or fifth pitch, you know, just because you think the guy's going to hit your best pitch. And so we got to be mindful of that we don't try to overthink it and outsmart ourselves. We got to throw our best pitches and see if it's good enough.
And their best pitch is Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, and Bijan Robinson, again, I want to go back to last year, and this is an improved Texas team, but against Arkansas in week 2 in a complete beatdown, he had 69 total yards. This is a much better defense. I know Arkansas was really physical last year with this team. Much better defense.
I think Steve Sarkisian, nobody wants Saturday night to get here more than him. I think he will be so glad when this game is behind him because he's having to answer the questions about facing his old boss, Nick Saban, facing Pete Golden, facing his old school Alabama, the importance of this game for Texas culture and the future of the program. All the while, probably he's able to watch film, guys. He realizes they're overmatched.
Well, he helped recruit most of these guys.
That's right. He knows Bryce Young's going to need to have a bad game, and there's probably not a ton they can do to force that.
And we said this a couple of times. Bryce Young is not in Tuscaloosa if it wasn't for Steve Sarkisian. Right. Yep. It was that relationship that got Alabama on the radar with Bryce Young.
Yeah, I don't know who the starting quarterback would be for Alabama right now if Sark wasn't there. But let me ask you guys this. I don't know what truth serum really is, but if you were to give it to Sarkisian, and I could tell him, you guys just play Sark.
All right.
You can lose by 14 to Alabama tomorrow, and nobody gets hurt from your team.
Or
is it a win?
By how much? Lose by how much?
14.
Yes, I'd take that in a heartbeat right now if I were Sark.
Like, he would love to go to dinner on Saturday night like Brown is talking about, and everyone be talking about his team like they're talking about Notre Dame.
I'll give you a great example of this. I will never forget the reaction. And it wasn't the game Tyler was in. It was Mike Shula playing Oklahoma in Bryant-Denny. You remember that game?
I do.
Oklahoma at the top of football, Alabama at one of their low points historically. And Alabama is in that game right up to the end. Alabama fans treated that like a win.
Yep. If they had to fake punt, the number one team in the country had to do a fake punt to beat us.
And I'll never forget, and I've said this on the show before, one of the biggest Alabama fans I know in my life. I remember after the game, I ran into him in Tuscaloosa, and he goes, "Well, we ought to be 10-1. We won't play a better team than that one." And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you think this team's going to be? I mean, they lost to Northern Illinois a week later or 2 weeks later, whatever it was.
Okay, a couple of other questions
Michael Turner,
from the chat room. Of some games that maybe we haven't talked about enough. Dave writes in and he says, I wrote this down, but I can't read my writing. Here we go. Dave writes in and he says, Stanford has been hot trash to me the last few years. What are you guys seeing that makes that game going to be close? And I guess he's talking about USC Stanford.
Yeah.
So, again, watching USC at the Forum, and Stanford's been better in the past, but this is a team that went into the Coliseum and beat USC by 14 last year, multiple pick sixes. USC's got the speed. They've got the swagger. But, again, 25 transfer portal guys. Does it all come together? Does it translate after a big win against Rice? And I'm talking about big by point amount. Do they come together, and are they able to do this on a consistent week-to-week basis? I'm not so sure. Tanner McKee, again, I will say this. You'll watch it tomorrow night in prime time, and you'll be able to tell this is a guy that will play at the next level. So I think he could be the difference maker. I think USC wins this game. The number has dropped to 7.5. I think it's going to be a tight game. I really do.
NextRoundLive.com for your pick 3. It is brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. You say to yourself, I've missed the pick 3 this week. No, you haven't. You play online only right there, pick 3. You see the big logo, Buffalo Wild Wings, nextroundlive.com. You can play all the way into Saturday morning. Pick the pot of games you want to pick. Pick all 3 of those. Win them like 67 of you did last week, and you're in the drawing for the grand prize. And even if you already got a ball in, keep playing. More balls, better chances.
Yeah, hey, 10 or 12 locations.
Put that
now.
on a T-shirt.
Chelsea and Oxford, the newest locations, the place to be on football Saturdays and Sundays. Buffalo Wild Wings, newly remodeled locations throughout the state. And also, remember, that Buffalo Wild Wings app, you can get the takeout to go.
Jeff Grimes is taking Baylor back to BYU and Kalani Sitake. Jeff Grimes saved Kalani Sitake's job as the OC at BYU the year that they sort of came from, they're going to fire Sitake. Then they had a good year with Jeff Grimes as a coordinator. You can call this the Jeff Grimes Bowl you want or whatever. That guy's on his way to be a head coach, the former Auburn assistant. He's taken Baylor up to play his old team BYU in one of the best games of the day.
Yeah, I very much look forward to that game. This is a revenge game for BYU. I don't know if you guys remember how that game went last year. The score doesn't really jump out at you, 38-24. Baylor won that by 2 touchdowns. What should jump out at you, though, is what Baylor, they took BYU's manhood in that game. Baylor put 303 on them on the ground. 303. They put 300 yards on them on the ground. And BYU, you got to know that has stuck with them. I mean, that's insulting when I give up 300 yards to somebody. So I'm interested in seeing how much of a statement game this could be for BYU. I don't mean as far as total score, but man, if you're not fired up to play a team that put 300 on you last year.
I'll say this, watching BYU, and I did watch a good bit of that game because I made the mistake of getting baited into taking South Florida plus 11.5.
Oh.
BYU was up 38-0 in that game.
At least you have to watch long.
Yeah, you really did. And Jaron Hall didn't play extremely well. I expect him to play better against Baylor. And BYU, to me, is a really, really good team. I mean, this is a coin flip game, but they're going to play with a purpose. They'll play with a chip on their shoulder based on last year, what happened to them.
Speaking of last year, Goose says that was a different team last year, talking about USC. It's at Stanford, but I think they will just be outmatched. It does look like a different swagger for USC. You watched a lot of that game last week. You don't think that game's going to be close, do you?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
You're not just Lance doesn't play reverse psychology.
Is Tanner McKee that good?
Tanner McKee's really good. He just doesn't have a lot of parts around him. You know, the days of having
Tanner McKee, quarterback Stanford, doesn't have a lot of parts around him. Why? How's that game going to be close then?
Yeah, because, I mean, look, Tom Brady's worked around not having great parts around him. Aaron Rodgers is about to show us on Sunday not having great parts around him. I'm not saying Tanner McKee is even close to that level. When I first saw him come onto the scene last year, you could tell he had a swagger. This is also a Stanford team that beat an Oregon team that was way overmatching. And I just have a feeling this is going to be a really tight game.
Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. Tonight, Louisville and UCF, 6:30 on ESPN2. We've talked a lot about Alabama, Texas. We've talked a lot about South Carolina, Arkansas, a little bit about Missouri, Kansas State with a viewer from Columbia earlier. Wake Forest, Vanderbilt. I'd like to know if Sam Hartman's playing in that game. That would make a difference. Because I think Vandy's got a shot if he doesn't play.
Well, they're a 12.5-point dog right now. I don't know what that tells you at home, if Vegas thinks Hartman's playing or not. At 12.5?
What I'm interested in seeing, Mike Wright, the first 2 weeks against Hawaii and Elon, has been running up and down the field. Now, is he able to do that? And look, Wake Forest's defense is far from a juggernaut. I mean, we saw teams score at will on Wake Forest last year, but still it's a step up. And, you know, a lot of people have this ticket on this over 2.5 wins for Vanderbilt. If they don't get it in the next couple of weeks against either Wake Forest or Northern Illinois,
yeah, you can rip that ticket out.
They probably aren't going to get it.
They've got 2, so you don't think they can beat anybody in the SEC?
I don't. Missouri, maybe.
Where is the Missouri game? I'm sure it's a tough ticket, but let me tell you where this thing
You think we'll be able to get one?
That game is at Missouri.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Same number of visiting fans or home fans for that game. No matter who it is, no matter where it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the next 2 weeks is it.
Yeah. We talked about App State, Texas A&M, Samford and Georgia. Not a lot to say about it. Samford with a big win, though, over Kennesaw last week, a top 10 FCS team. Samford is now ranked in the FCS rankings, but you go play defending national champs in a team that looked as good or better than anybody in the country last week on the road in Athens. Tough job for Chris Hatcher's bunch. Michael Hyers, the quarterback, had a big game. But going against that Dogs defense, different speed, though, for them. That is 3 o'clock SEC network for that. Kentucky, Florida, Central Arkansas, Ole Miss, San Jose State, and Auburn. We talked about that. Brownie says watching the quarterbacks. That's his biggest watch there. Southern and LSU, the get-right game from Brian Kelly, and then Mississippi State, Arkansas, late night. UAB, a favorite on the road at Liberty. Our interview with Bryant Vincent earlier in the week, you can go get that at the podcast section or on YouTube. When we come back, we will give you the Pick 3 song. We'll wrap up the Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 with our picks. I think I was 0 for 3 last week. I'll try to do better. These guys are great. The picks are next right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other. What a wild finish. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd. Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
LT's about to tell us about Buffalo Wild Wings as we give you our picks, the official standings this year so far. We only make a landmine t-shirt for one person. That's me. 0-3 last week. Ohio State didn't cover. Forget the rest of my picks, but none of them covered. 0-3 last week. Got a 3-0 in my pocket right here.
Oh, look
got
at
a ball in the
that.
bucket right here.
I'm afraid
these two guys are 2-1. Let's hit the song. You tell us B-dubs, and we'll get into the games.
Pick three, it's time for the pick three. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick three. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick three. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick three.
Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3, LT.
Yeah, 12 locations in the Birmingham Central Alabama area, including new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. We're 20 years now in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. I remember going to the first ever right there on Highway 150. Then it was 280. They continue to grow. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. Don't forget about the takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app.
Bama Fan 1972, what is the price for the winner of the Pick 3 this year? We usually build that as it goes. It'll be well worth your while, though, but it's a lot of good stuff at the end of the year.
Yeah, it'll be good. So I was 2-1 last week. My one loser was Ohio State because I had duplication with you. I'm afraid I've got duplication with you again this week.
No.
I don't think you do. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
You got time to change? 0-3 will go first. We'll start at the bottom. First of all, thank you to Buffalo Wild Wings. You'll see my thank you note at the bottom. I'm going to go, it's actually one of our pods. If you go to nextroundlive.com, this is actually Pool Brown. If you want to just click on the Pool Brown and play these 3 games and get a ball in the bucket. I like Tennessee to go on the road at Pittsburgh and flex that SEC muscle. Narduzzi bitching and moaning all week long about being an underdog at home. Tennessee spanks them. I like BYU at home against Baylor. The hook scares me. Could be a 3-point game, but I think Baylor wins that game. And then I like UAB to go and run it through Liberty on the road. That is one pod for you. You can just go play my plays right there. We need to just make it easy. And what's that commercial? We just hit the easy button.
Staples from 15 years ago.
Yeah, we should have a 15-year-old easy button on the website. Just hit an easy button and you just play Dunaway's picks every week. There's my
Nothing
pick
easier.
3. Any duplication?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. You want me to go? Give you time to think?
No, I'm going to go ahead and go
All right,
because
fire away.
I really like it. I'm taking Air Force against Colorado. I think Air Force is one of these teams, and I said this last night when we were doing Ask Us Anything. I think they could go undefeated this year. I think Air Force is really good. Colorado is complete trash. This is a game Air Force will roll. They'll win by 28+. Kentucky, I think it's going to be a tight game. I think it's a one-possession game. I like Kentucky, though. And BYU, I agree with you on BYU. It scares me to death, but I feel like you can get a 1-2 this week.
I feel like I'm
1-2.
I'm good enough to be 1-5 2 weeks into the
That's
season.
right.
Let's just hope it's
think-
BYU.
All right, I'm going to go with Hawaii plus the 51.5. They're at Michigan. I think Michigan proved their point offensively last week. I think Jim Harbaugh now is probably going to grind out that run game, take some air out of the ball, try to stay healthy in these first 3 layup games.
Can I give you a little number that's going to make you feel better about that?
Yeah.
Since 1979, there's only been 17 games involving FBS teams favored by 51+. Those teams only 5-12 against the number of the favorite.
That's a lot of points,
That's
man.
a lot of
and
points.
Hawaii is no good, but plus 51.5 at Michigan. Michigan wins this comfortably.
That's a full half of football if you play your ass off.
Yeah, I like Army plus the 2.5. Here's what I don't like about UTSA. Played a long game last year, multiple overtimes, emotional loss, gut-wrenching loss. You're tired, and now you've had to prepare for the triple option in a short week. Or a normal week, not a short week. I don't like that. Army plus the 2.5. And I don't like Appalachian State plus the 19. They burned me last week, and I pick them against North Carolina in that track meet. I like them plus the 19 at A&M.
All right. That is the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. Riley, you're exactly right. We don't have one T-shirt making fun of Dunaway's bad picks. We've got 2. We've got a landmine, and we've got a Fade Dunaway T-shirt.
It is pretty notable.
Yeah. So I am not good at picking games. I feel really good about these 3, though. You don't like Tennessee? You don't like UAB?
No.
Not at all. So you like Pitt and Liberty in that?
I am definitely – I might play the Pitt-Tennessee game. If I do, I'm playing Pitt, and I'm probably staying away from UAB.
Can I go behind the scenes and tell you how good he feels about these? You were out of the studio during the break, and he was like, all right, Brown, you were 2-1. Lance was 2-1. I'm 1-2. All right, let me pick my 3 games for this week. He literally picked them on the fly.
Some people are
I feel
trend
so good about
bettors.
them.
They go by trends. Some do, fading certain coaches, night game, day game.
Some people just fade you.
I just
Dunaway picks in the break.
I go by Phil. I feel a 3-0 this week. That's the end of the show, and that's the end of the week. We are live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central on all our video platform, where we'll set the day for college football. None of us are making a trip to Austin for the early kick. If you are on your way there now and listening to us on the app, please continue to drive safely. If you're heading to Jordan-Hare, enjoy the week. If you're heading up to UAB Liberty, all in. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.